is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canesware at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Morning. It's a beautiful Tuesday and a little earlier than normal because today we are doing Inside the Paint, Red Recover Inside the Paint show. And that's why we are on. Normally it's on a Wednesday, right, where Ira and Kurt do their thing, but Ira is traveling, so we're doing it today, Tuesday morning. So we'll have some fun with Ira and Kurt coming up at 9 o'clock. Alan Poupart will be joining us at 10:30. So we'll have some fun with Alan there. We'll obviously DeSean Elliott will be a sore subject that we'll address. Manny Navarro will be joining us at 11:30. So we'll talk all things Canes with him. We'll talk a little basketball also with him besides anything that's going on with the football team. It's kind of the lull right now, with the football team. But overall, good stuff. A lot of things to talk about today on the show. A few people to talk to. Let's see what else. Panthers yesterday. Our winter teams, man. It's just I have no hope for the Heat as it was. But the Panthers, I had no hope for them. But then I thought maybe they had turned the corner. And boy, I was wrong big time. They got 8 games left. They're in the 9th spot. They're 3 points behind the Penguins. The Penguins have a game in hand on them. I think it's 74-75, I believe, or something like that. Right. Panthers have played 75. They played 74. So it's not a good thing right now. Let's see if they can get it. Forsling, by the way, Forsling had a couple of really nice goals yesterday, I got to say, but the team did not play well yesterday, unfortunately. And I feel bad for a Tkachuk, man. You make a move for a star like that, and the rest of the entire place just drops. The level of play, everything. It would have been fun to add Tkachuk to what you had last year. Just kind of tweak a little bit the defense. I don't know if you needed these drastic changes, and I don't even know if you're ever going to get to where you want to get to now. You know what I mean? It's really just the Panthers. It's a just baffling situation, to be quite honest. After the year they had last year, that was a lot of fun. You finally get through a first round, and damn, dude, just terrible. We got the Heat tonight. I'm sure the boys will be talking a lot about it at the top of the hour. I'm not going to necessarily, stay on the Heat subject too long because it's not worth it, unfortunately. It's just not worth it. It's just not a team that is right now drawing any kind of interest. Everybody's kind of given up on this team because it's just doesn't look like it's got it either. Toronto, by the way, has won 5 of 7. They're favored by 3 tonight. Over and under is 219.5. Heat are plus 130 on the money line. The Raptors are minus 150. 7 games left. And the Heat are at least going to make the playoffs. The question is, will they be able to do enough to sneak in to the 6th spot, or will they be in the play-in? And right now it looks like, no matter what they say, they look like a play-in team right now. That's and none of us thought this. Wow. I mean, hindsight is 2020, and as we watch it all develop, as I've told you, you can tell that it's a poorly constructed team. And I've learned this, as I've told you before, and I told my man who moves the goalpost every week, and Ira Winderman, this is a Spo thing. And we have to understand that Spo will make things look better than what they really are, actually. And we cannot fall in love with the finished product of Spo thinking that that's the real thing. No, it's probably less. It's just that Spo got more out of it than he should have. You know what I mean? And so that's where, we fall in love with the 41-41 team after the 31-10 finish. And we say, hey, maybe they've found something, and they bring the guys back and you get fooled. It's yeah, and when you think about it and you say, well, the Heat should have won more titles with the big three. Well, LeBron choked in the first one. He allowed J.J. Barea to post him up, which was like the funniest thing in the world. And in the fourth one, San Antonio played about the most perfect basketball game I have ever seen in my entire life. I have never seen a more perfect basketball game than what the Spurs played on the Heat in that fourth year. And so Miami wasn't even in their class that year. So really, he got the max out of what he could get. You know what I mean? He had to try to butch up LeBron. That's why he had to put a shoulder into him, butch him up a little bit. And so he was able to butch up a little bit after that first year. So Spo fools you, bro. Spo fools you. And you know what? I'm thinking now, this team really isn't as good as 40-35. Now, actually, they really weren't as good as they were last year. And that's really what it is. All kidding aside, this is who they are. And this is who they were last year. It's just he maximized them. Were they really that good in the bubble? No. Were they really the NBA finalists? No. But Spo can outcoach most, can get the most out of people. Got you to the finals. If it wasn't for the injuries, Spo might have had a title, an extra title. You know what I mean? So to me, that is the real issue going on with the Heat. It's the front office. It's the ownership group. They've got to pick it up. They're the ones that are slipping. They're slipping. They can't get up. They're slipping. They're slipping. They can't get up, So that's their problem. Riley and Harrison need to cruise around with, what's it called? Now I'm forgetting his name. But they need to. Oh God! Now why am I brain farting with? He just passed away too. Damn it! We just lost him. Anyway, I was saying they need to be in the car jamming DMX. They need to be jamming. I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. I got to get back on my feet, so I can tear up. Right. That's what Riley and Mickey Harrison need to be cruising around Miami, go through the Grove and Brickell, pass by Key Biscayne, jam a little DMX, get back on the groove, and see if this offseason they start straightening things out and clearing out this roster of a bunch of deadbeats and bad salaries. We'll see. We shall see. But they need to move forward. That's for damn sure. All right, we await Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. I will get into DeSean Elliott. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. I got more to say. I got more comments to talk about with Mike McDaniel yesterday at the owners' meetings. Had a couple of things that I thought were really, really interesting, and I'm looking forward to getting that stuff also off my chest. Daniel says, morning from Alaska. Holy shit. Wow. Damn. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you out there, man. I know we got people listening all over the world. We're blessed. We got people downloading the show in Malaysia and in Portugal and in Spain and you name it, dude. Ukraine, they're downloading it. It's really amazing. So all over the place, and we appreciate it. Thank you all out there. Steve Chapman in, Isaiah is in, Green Lion is in, Mickey, Alexis, Jamie out in San Jose. Jamie is amazing, dude. How he is on every day, all the way in San Jose, man. Out there, just like our friends in Alaska. All right. Let's bring the boys aboard. Let's talk a little. Let's get a little preview on what's going to happen today on Le Programme. Good morning, gentlemen. Hope you all are doing well.
I'm doing well. North of the border, Heat Raptors tonight. Be an interesting night, Big O.
Did you get your Tylenol with codeine or whatever it is that you people do when you go over the border?
You know what? You gotta go to your pharmacy and your dispensary first here. A little safer than Mexico, also.
No, seriously now, because I remember when I went to the Bills. I'm not going to say who it was, but we were in a big group of guys, and so we went to go cover the Bills and the Dolphins. And I was a rookie at that moment. It was my first time in Buffalo. First thing everybody tells me is, "We're out of here. We're going to Toronto." Okay, so we all get in a couple cars and we go to Toronto. One dude went to go get, I believe is it Tylenol with codeine or aspirin with codeine or some shit like that? Have you run into any of our fellow journalists that have been wanting to get something like that across the board? Is it aspirin? Am I correct?
Can't say, you know more than me in this issue.
Yeah. You mean nobody's ever done that around you? Nobody's ever said, "Oh, dude, I can go to Canada and get prescription." I think it's aspirin. I want to say it's aspirin. It's not serious drugs, folks. Relax. Take it easy. But I think it's like some special aspirin that you can get over the counter there. You can't get here or something like that. I remember that. I'm not going to say who it was, but apparently the poor guy dealt with migraines. So, I don't blame him if, that's it's interesting, right?
Yeah. Like they've also got ketchup flavored.
Both of you are quiet as hell, bro. Jeez, right.
They got ketchup flavored potato chips. That's what I end up bringing back.
That's never happened to you either, right, Kurt? Well, you two are just
I also do live pretty close to Mexico, and I have gone when I've been down there. I have come back with it's the allergy medicines, like anti-itch creams and stuff, are just 10 times better. Like they're loaded up in Mexico. The stuff they can't sell.
There you go. And you didn't get kidnapped. That's pretty good. Exactly. That's pretty good. Our Canadian friends aren't kidnapping people, but unfortunately, we got a couple folks in Mexico that just want to add to their families. That's just not a good thing. Anyway, all right, we got the Heat and Toronto tonight. What is on the agenda today for the next hour, Ira?
Well, I'm going to continue a theme I brought up to you yesterday on the Accurate Pembroke Pines report. Matter of fact, the Heat, because of results last night, moved up. They have the 9th best record in the NBA this season. Want to get into how meaningful that is or isn't? I talked to Kurt last week. Want to go a little bit more about sort of everyone is unhappy in the NBA except for 2 or 3 teams. But there's something very interesting playing out right now in Portland. And it's no longer a given that Damian Lillard will be Portland Trailblazer for life. So I want to talk to Kurt about Damian Lillard's been putting that off and putting that off and putting that off. But the way the Trailblazers are going down this rabbit hole, I think that's going to open up. And I know for Big O and for listeners in South Florida, that Bradley Beal and Damian Lillard thing gets tiresome when the Heat don't move in directions for maybe more realistic options.
No. Wait a minute, Ira, you're missing the boat here. We will make the move for Damian Lillard or Bradley Beal, but we're going to wait another 7 years.
Or give him a contract that goes through their 38th birthday. But that's another story. So
another story. Riley's waiting till he can collect AARP, and then he'll go trade for him like he did with Lowry.
That's why I like talking to Kurt better. So we will touch on that at 9 o'clock for a full hour on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. But you're starting to see cracks in teams that said they would hold on to their superstars. You're seeing it now in Washington. You're seeing it in Portland. And this coming Saturday, the Heat play a Dallas Mavericks team with a player who I believe is growing more unhappy by the minute. And in this case, I'm not talking about Kyrie Irving.
Dwayne Dedman, PJ Tucker, Udonis Haslam. We love the AARP. 1 hour of hardcore basketball talk is coming your way with the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. That's next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you in for another weekly take on our look at the Miami Heat and the NBA. A little early this week because of travel with the Heat's travel schedule going down the stretch. So we're reaching you this week at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Typically, we go 9 a.m. on Wednesday. Try to get back to that schedule when we can. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Up here today in Toronto getting ready for Heat Raptors. He's Kurt Heelan from NBCSports.com, Pro Basketball Talk, based in the Los Angeles area. Going to go around the NBA today. Going to go around the Miami Heat situation. We'll see if you're thinking glass half full or glass half empty. And we're going to talk about the NBA as a whole also, where this league is headed now less than 2 weeks in this never-ending season before we get to the playoffs. I have no idea why my camera is this color in this hotel room, but it's like I feel like it looks more like I'm on Mars than somewhere, but we'll work through that for now. Kurt, first of all, do you sense that we have a feeling of where the NBA stands right now, 2 weeks before the playoffs? In other words, do you feel there's a clear delineation? And I guess I'll take it even a step further, Kurt. Do you feel you can tell me definitively, I, Kurt Heelan, who writes stories a gazillion times a day, now feel that one of these X teams will be the NBA champion? And the reason I'm asking this is the complete counter to that is what we've seen in the NCAA tournament with this one-and-done format. No one had these 4 teams in the Final Four. Certainly not San Diego State. Certainly not Florida Atlantic Owls here in Boca Raton. Kurt, has the NBA reached the point right now where we sort of know where this is trending and we've really, I guess you could say, filtered out the pretenders from the contenders?
Sort of. I think the champion's coming out of the East. And if I could say the top 3 teams in the East, if you give me Philadelphia, Miami, and Milwaukee, I'd say that's 65-70% chance that one of those 3 ends up like the champion. Somebody's got to come out of the West, and I got no idea who that's going to be. Like, I wrote this morning, like, Minnesota looks good the last 2 weeks, and suddenly you're like, did they go on a run? Like,
Karl Anthony Towns, they're not the team they've been for the last 60 games. Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know who's coming out of there. And once you get to the finals, as Toronto showed us against the Warriors, like, you got a puncher's chance. Like, if you get there, stuff happens, right? But in just winning the championship, I got a feeling it's coming out of the East. I still think the 4 best teams are out of the East. If Miami were out West, I'd be like, maybe. Like I could make the same argument that I'm going to make for Golden State or anybody else over there.
Well, is anyone but the Bucks or the Celtics winning the East? Do you still look at Philadelphia as a big 3? You mentioned 4 teams. Do you have Cleveland in that group also? Which of these teams in the East do you see as the superpowers?
Milwaukee and Boston. I think Philadelphia's got a chance about, like we have talked about, you got to overcome the James Harden experience in the playoffs. Like, he has to show up. Doc Rivers has his own history of playoff meltdowns, despite the ring. The other thing is, push comes to shove against those other 2 teams. If you're going to start Maxey and Harden in the backcourt, I think I can attack you. Like, I don't like, and I think Miami's in the same boat. Like, if you get Philly in the first round, you're like, I can go at those guys. If that's the 6-3 matchup, at least you've got a place to target, and that makes it possible. So I'm a little more down on Philly, but I still think they're the third best team in the league. I still think they're Cleveland. I think there's a step back, and we've talked about it. Like, Ira, do we trust them in the playoffs yet?
Do we trust them in the playoffs? Based on their history, no. And I know it's been a bunch of different coaches. It's been Brett Brown. Now it's Doc Rivers. But a stat that every year I look at, and I still find somewhat astounding, is that Joel Embiid in his career with the Philadelphia 76ers has never advanced to the conference finals. Now, we know about the shot that Kawhi hit from the corner that advanced Toronto in the season that the Raptors won the championship. But I still find it hard to believe a player as dominant as him, surrounded by a bunch of really good players, whether it's Jimmy Butler. Yeah. Look, say what you want about Tobias Harris. Now James Harden the last 2 seasons. Maxey, the way they drafted him. They've always had talent there. So I find that sort of hard to believe. We've seen a variety of teams in the West get to the conference finals. We haven't seen the Sixers. So I think this is a make or break postseason for them. The way it's shaping up for the Miami Heat right now, they're in 7th place, tied for 6th, but don't have the tiebreaker against the Brooklyn Nets. They're talking potential play-in scenarios. So, Kurt, we've talked about the top tier now. Yeah. We probably have in some order, the Bucks, the Celtics, the 76ers in one tier. Let's call it tier A. I think there's a delineation now of tier B, at least.
Yeah.
Cleveland and New York. You'd agree with that?
They're going to be 4 or 5 in whatever order. Yeah.
4 or 5 in whatever order. That looks like an opening series. That, to me, could have 7 games written all over it. I don't necessarily know there would be a favorite right now to me that I would say, hey, definitively this team. I think Cleveland's more talented. I think the Knicks have the coaching and the grit. They have, sort of the aura about being the Knicks. If you were to tell me right now, Kurt, and we're going to do this exercise in our redrecover.com Inside the Paint shows throughout coming days and weeks and into the playoffs. But if I were to tell you the Knicks are playing the Cavaliers in the first round, if you had to give me a very premature, don't post this yet on ProBasketballTalk.com prediction, how would you see that kind of series going?
I'd probably take the Cavaliers, but like you said, I think it's a 7-game series. I think that the Knicks, with Jalen Brunson back and the way Julius Randle's playing, have a chance. End of the day, like you said, better defense in Cleveland, and who's got the best player is, with all due respect to Jalen Brunson and everybody, it's Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell's still the best player, and he's got a proven playoff track record. So I'll take Cleveland, but I think they get pushed. Like, I don't want to see the Knicks in the first round.
I still see Cleveland as a glad to be here team, the very kind of team you want to get in the first round, because honestly, I can see Cleveland losing a first round series and going, but hey, we got a couple of playoff victories. We haven't had that without LeBron in 25 years. It's a step forward. So I do see it as a glad to be their team. By the way, folks, feel free to join us on our YouTube chat board. It does work here for me north of the border. We'll get to all your comments also. I want to make this as interactive as possible. Bam DPOY says, things got quiet when they thought Big O was talking about smuggling across the border. Yeah, I'm saying away. Big O will be back at the top of the hour with more illegal drug talk north and south of the border. Or you can just DM Kurt if you want. Daniel says the Bucks seem to be the favorite to win it all. They've been consistent and don't have many weaknesses. And they also have the Greek freak, of course, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Kurt, to answer Daniel's question here on the YouTube chat board, do you see the Bucks as a clear championship favorite, or is Daniel maybe overstating a little?
They've been most consistent during the regular season. I don't know. Boston was the number 1 seed in the East for most of the season, a long time. I'll tell you, they're just a different team when Robert Williams III plays. Like, when he's out there on the floor and gives them that defense and rebounding inside, they are a very different team. And you saw it, like, he came back and they smacked the Kings around, like the best offense in the NBA. And they're like, nah, not tonight. Now, granted, it was like 5-7 for the Kings, and there's always other factors, which makes extrapolating from regular season games hard, but they're just better. They're just better when he's back. And so if they're back, I think if that's the Eastern Conference Finals, that's actually your NBA championship series.
And Remy chimes in here. Remy LeBeau, the Bucks have 3 former Heat players, so let's go Bucks. Of course, we saw Goran Dragic get his chance last night as Drew Holiday sat out. Also, she got him. Of course, we know that you also have Jay Crowder. So they have shown that they've been willing to add veteran proven playoff depth also, which is something I think, Boston's roster, I know a lot of people are talking about Malcolm Brogdon as a sixth man of the year award contender, maybe even the front runner at this point. But maybe you disagree. I think Boston is just because of the way they're built, totally reliant on Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, to a degree, Marcus Smart and other people's support. Do you look at Boston's depth? Not that depth is the be-all, end-all, mind you, in the playoffs, but do you think Boston's depth is there where it needs to be, Kurt Heelan?
You're right, first off, that it's got to be Brown and Tatum, right? But if you're going to try elite two-way wing play has been going back to Jordan, like one of the keys to win the rings. It's why Kawhi Leonard is so valuable. It's why, Jimmy Butler is so valuable. So yeah, they rely on him, but that's not a bad play. I don't think their depth is that bad, but it's not I don't know if it's as trusted as Milwaukee's done it before. I know Connaughton can do it. DiVincenzo and when you get to Brogdon, when you get to everybody in Boston, I mean, they made the conference finals last year and added Brogdon. So in theory, but I guess there is another level for them to be tested at. So.
Yeah, and again, the little pieces Boston has done, the Derek White last year, for Josh Richardson, just the little incremental moves, you can see how they make a difference there. So feel free to chime in on your thoughts and everything. I wanted to discuss in this segment, again, Daniel chiming in here, the Cavaliers are scary. They have talent, they have size, they have athleticism, but that their age and their youth can help in the playoffs. I agree. The Cavaliers are a nice team. I think they're a next team. I think down the road we'll talk more about Cleveland when they maybe pass Philadelphia, depending what happens in the offseason, get closer to Boston, closer to Milwaukee. What I wanted to do in this first segment here today with Kurt is, if the Heat are to be a play-in team, no guarantees, only 7 games left. The Nets have the tiebreaker and a cake schedule coming down the stretch. 2 against the Pistons, 1 against the Rockets. That's 3 wins right there with the remaining 7. So if they go 4-3 right there, the Heat would have to go 5-2, makes it tougher. If the Heat get into the play-in round, it's really interesting, Kurt, when you look at the NBA standings right below the Miami Heat and where they stand as far as not only who they might play in the first round of the play-in, but how it might play out deeper into the play-in. Right now, you have behind the Heat, the Atlanta Hawks, the Toronto Raptors, and the Chicago Bulls separated by a single game. All 3 are possible Heat first game play-in opponents, or if the Heat lose, second game play-in opponents. So I want to focus on matchups there, but first I want to get your thought, Kurt, on this. The Washington Wizards right now have dropped 3 full games behind number 10, behind the Chicago Bulls. The Indiana Pacers are now 3.5 games behind. Again, most teams have 7-8 games max left. Kurt Heelan, do you see the Wizards or the Pacers showing anything that makes you think, hey, they still might have a chance to get into the play-in and be a possible Heat opponent?
No, the Pacers last night, no Turner, no Halliburton. Beal has missed games. They've shut Kuzma down a little bit. I think both of those teams are reining it in. They realize what's going on, so they're just going to play their kids. I don't know if they're officially going to shut down Beal, but is it just me, Ira? I would be shocked if I saw him the rest of the season.
I think you might see him at home games. I think there's still a certain allegiance to home fans where some of these teams, the way they play it out is they're still selling tickets. There's still, I think, a degree of obligation. Now, if Bradley Beal goes off and you're in danger, which sounds kind of weird, Kurt, of winning, I think you finagle things or whatever. And of course, you just play more wherever he is these days, the universal donor of Ish Smith, to try to even things out and go in that direction. But yeah, I do think the Eastern Conference play-in round in some form, at least the last 3 teams. You don't know if the top it's going to be the Nets or the Heat. Right now, the Heat and the Nets are 11 games out of first, 14 games out of first. The Hawks are 17 games out, as are the Raptors. The Bulls are 18. So in other words, the Heat have a 3-game gap on the Hawks plus the tiebreaker because they won the season series 3-1. So I think they'd be pretty safe in number 7. To review how the play-in works, on Tuesday, April 11th, 2 days after the regular season ends, the number 7 and number 18 play for the right to be the number 7 seed in the playoffs. Winner advances is done. Playoffs start the following weekend, the 15th or 16th. If you lose the first play-in game, number 7 hosting number 8, the winner of that game hosts the winner of number 9 and 10. Number 9 and 10 play on the 12th, the Wednesday after the end of the regular season. Those teams then meet on that Friday. So you have 2 chances. So in some form, if the Heat are in the play-in, they're going to open against the Hawks, the Raptors, or the Bulls, almost certainly at Miami-Dade Arena or whatever it's called then. Kurt, I know I'm putting you on the spot because I know the tiebreakers and you don't. But, hey, you know what? We talk for an hour. We'll figure it out. If you're the Miami Heat, knowing what you know from a national perspective about the Atlanta Hawks, Toronto Raptors, and Chicago Bulls, without saying it publicly, like in other words, Eric Spoelstra wouldn't say it publicly, but who would you prefer to see being the Miami Heat of those 3 teams in the first play-in game, knowing you win that game, you're in the playoffs?
It's a good question, and I'm leaning. You've seen the Raptors up close a little more recently than I have. I'm kind of curious how they're playing. Atlanta, look, here's the problem. The Bulls are actually playing good basketball. Yeah. Like, I think I would take Chicago off the list. I don't want to see them. They, since the All-Star break, have played good defense. Zach LaVine has gone off. Patrick Beverley's just been the kind of slap in the face they needed, which is a crazy thing to say. They've been good. So I don't really want to see them. I'd rather see Atlanta or Toronto, and probably Atlanta, unless Toronto, like, again, you've seen them more recently. Atlanta scares you just because they've got Trey and they've got DeJounte Murray. Like, they have the one game capability, but I don't really trust them, where I think the Raptors are the better team, but maybe not able to hit the same, like, their peak isn't necessarily as high. I mean, they do have Pascal Siakam, but I guess you'll get a look at them tonight. Are they playing everybody?
They are playing everybody today. There is Gary Trent Jr., an injury situation. He's questionable, so I don't know if he'll play. The rest of the roster looks like it'll be there. Ever since they got Jacob Poeltl at the trade deadline, they finally have a center rotation, so they're not literally Chris Boucher to get today, Precious Achiuwa tomorrow, sort of rotating all their centers, so they have a sense of who they are. So now I'm going to sort of fill you in, because I know our Heat listeners down in South Florida are aware. The Heat finished the season 3-1 against the Hawks. The Heat right now are 1-2 against Toronto, are underdogs here against the Raptors at Scotiabank Arena, could finish conceivably 1-3 against Toronto. The Heat are 0-3 against the Bulls with that season series being over. We can say the regular season doesn't matter. You tighten your rotation in the playoffs, you're all in, you're not resting Kyle Lowry for the next game or something like that. Kurt, do you think regular season records do weigh in the heads of teams? If, let's say it's Miami Heat against the Chicago Bulls. Do you think the Heat say to themselves, oh man, we're 0-3 against them, they have our number? Or do you think NBA players, as they are wont to do, shove the regular season aside and are more carefree about that?
I think they're a little more carefree about that. I think they see it as, well, remember that was the game where second night of a back-to-back, or we were on this trip, or whatever was going on. We were without some players. So they're able to put it aside. I think the concern is, like, when it's 3-0, are there just matchup issues, right? Like, some teams just are bad matchups for other teams. Even, hey, Miami's the better team this season, but the Bulls are a tough matchup. I think that sticks in their head a little bit. Like, hey, we didn't really have an answer for Zach LaVine or whatever goes off in those games. So, I think that matters. I think that you'd look at hey, we beat the Hawks 3 out of 4 times. Like, you'd have that in your head. Like, we got these guys.
And the Hawks would have that in the head. And the Hawks would be on the road.
Yeah.
And a team like that in the play-in, knowing that if you lose the first play-in game, you go back home and host the second play-in game, might have a little bit more of a defeatist and will take care of it down the road type of mentality. So if I had to line up the teams, I would rather play the Hawks in the first round for this reason. They know they're a team in transition. They hired their coach late in the season, Quinn Snyder. They're going to reformulate and recalibrate the entire thing, whether John Collins is back, what type of role Trae Young is going to have, what are they going to do with DeAndre Hunter as far as a featured player. They would be my number 1 choice. My number 2 choice probably would be the Bulls, because it would be the Bulls on the road, and I think that would be a little different dynamic than playing the Bulls in the United Center. Toronto's history with the Heat is every game goes overtime. Nick Nurse was talking about that yesterday at the Raptors practice, that for some reason that's where we wind up. So if I were to line up the Heat's choices in the play-in, and they do not want to be in the play-in for the very reasons we've said, I think the Hawks would be their first choice. I think the Bulls would be their second choice, and then the Raptors. It's a tough field. I know that you're going to tell me the West has a tough field also, but I think that's why the Miami Heat, if they can, and they haven't shown the ability to do it yet, sort of need to win out. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. That's our first segment on redrecover.com Inside the Paint. If you missed any part of it, you can catch it on our Big O Show podcast outlets. After this break, I want to talk to Kurt about players who we convinced ourselves never would be traded because they're loyal or faces of the franchise. But now all of a sudden, Pat Riley and that big old harpoon of his, even at age 78, is Ahab going back out there? Might there be a Beal or a Lillard or, dare I say it, a Doncic as a possibility for the Miami Heat? Kurt Heelan will give us the exact precise answers about that and more after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Redrecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we welcome you back for our second segment of redrecover.com Inside the Paint. We're coming to you Tuesday this week because of the Heat travel schedule. I'll be off from Toronto. If I get through customs on the way to New York for a game tomorrow, the Heat tonight are here in Toronto playing the Raptors. Tomorrow night, a key sort of last chance for number 5 showdown with the New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. The Heat win that game. They will get the playoff tiebreaker by virtue of division championship. No, it sounds a little odd. We'll discuss that in our third segment. If you missed the first segment, go to any Big O Show podcast outlets. You can listen to that there. Smash like buttons along the way. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Toronto. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com out in the Los Angeles area. In our first segment, we talked about the Heat, the play-in, possible preferred opponents, possible non-preferred opponents. Again, I'm keeping an eye on the chat board here today. Daniel says the main threats for the Heat in the play-in are the Raptors and the Bulls. I think Kurt and I both agree with that. Daniel goes, I'm not too worried about the Hawks. They're such an up and down team that I could see that. Bam DPOY says, is Cody Zeller back yet? We've reached that point, Kurt, down here, wondering if Cody Zeller can salvage this thing. Yes, he is no longer on the Heat injury report. By league rule, if you're not in the injury report, you have to be available. Whether he plays, whether he doesn't play, we will see. So we'll sort of figure that out. Remy chimes back in. So ironic that Precious Achiuwa would have been the perfect fit for Miami. Not sure for that because he hasn't really been, Remy, the perfect fit for Toronto. So we'll see that. Remy then also brings up, here's another name. Pat Riley is sharpening that whale harpoon for Jaylen Brown, actually. That brings us full circle to what I want to talk about. Kurt, you know this because, as we know, the offseason in the NBA is the main season. People love rumors. People love speculation. Yeah. People love trades. People love free agency. For months, really for years, honestly, Kurt, we've spoken about Bradley Beal and Damian Lillard and whether they would say enough is enough. For months and honestly years, Kurt Heelan, Damian Lillard and Bradley Beal in no uncertain terms, whether it's their words or how they approach their contracts, have said, this is the team that drafted me. This is where I've raised my family. This is where I'm going to start my career and end my career. And then this season happened. And now Toronto is playing 5 guys in their lineup you've never heard of. They're actually using a bunch of ushers up there at the Motor Center as their reserves. They are giving into the lottery. The Wizards, maybe not as much by choice, maybe the level of the competition in the East having stepped up, they realized that they weren't good enough, but they've essentially capitulated. No less than both John Hollinger and David Aldridge, the Athletic, said it's time for the Wizards to tank, to move toward a draft choice. Kurt Heelan, you have written countless pieces at Pro Basketball Talk about Lillard trade and non-trade possibilities, about Beal trade and non-trade possibilities. Has your thinking on this changed?
Not too much, in the sense that the bottom line is, for both of those franchises, they're not moving them unless Beal and Lillard ask out. Like, this is not even though you and I, Ira, and everybody on the chat board, we can make a case for, hey, you should do this now. You're not going to win with them. If you should start the rebuilding while there's value in their value isn't necessarily going to go up in a trade. They're just not going to do it. Their ownership isn't going to do it unless those guys come forward. And so that's always been the scenario. And I'll still to this day feel it's a little more likely with Beal than Lillard, at least in the short term, but we'll see. I mean, Lillard was pretty frustrated. This is now 2 years in a row they haven't made the playoffs.
You know, and I agree with the line of thought. There is no way after someone is that loyal, you as a franchise can turn your back on the player. But I do wonder, Kurt, Damian Lillard gave a beautiful interview on this. And he said, people forget that my family is here, that I have roots in the community, that I enjoy waking up and going to bed where I live right now, that this has become home for me. I get all that. That runs counter to what we hear from the biggest egos in the sports: championship, championship, championship. I guess this is a tough way to phrase it. Is that almost a character flaw in either of them? Yeah. That it's not championship. Look, Michael Jordan was cutthroat for championships. You'd agree with that.
Oh, LeBron James, absolutely.
LeBron James would change teams on a dime if he thought there was greener championship grass. Hell, he turned his back on Dwayne Wade to go somewhere where he thought Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving were better for him. Then he turned his back on his hometown when he thought the Lakers might have more for him. And yet you look at Lillard and you look at Beal, are they just wired differently? Or is that wiring starting to change a little bit?
See, I think that's the big question have they reached the, look, they're both locked into now massive contracts. They're getting paid. Right through their, I mean,
right in the $40 million range. And when you get to 40,
more than 60.
And when you get to that $40 million range, you're talking about basically about earning $500,000 a game. So they're taken care of. They are totally set.
I think they, don't you think that they've both reached? I think they question it more. Let's put it that way. Like 5 years ago, they were like, "No, I'm staying. We can make it work here." And now they both see the end of their careers coming. Like they can see that horizon and go, I don't think we're on a path that gets me there. Do I need to get on? Do I need to do that? I think they're questioning it more. Beal in particular, I think, has been more hesitant the last couple of off seasons than Lillard at least bought into what they were selling. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, and that's the point I want to make is when I look at the Wizards, I see how if I'm Bradley Beal, I can say to myself, and you know how this works, Kurt. I can give you groupings of players, and you could say there's talent there, but sometimes it just doesn't work. So I could certainly sell myself if I'm Bradley Beal and saying, wait a minute. I have Kyle Kuzma if we bring him back. We have Kristaps Porzingis. We have a nice little core there. You know, those are names. Those are known quantities. I don't know if they've won anywhere, really, obviously, exception of Kuzma, but at least you have a feeling of what they might be. So I get a little bit of that they could think that they have enough there. When I look at the Blazers, and you're much more in touch out in the West Coast with the Blazers, what do the Blazers have? I like Anthony Simons. Yeah. He's a nice player. I'm not guaranteeing he's going to be an all-star. Nurkic is a nice player, but he's not Jokic. That's why they traded him away and moved to the Jokic direction. What do the Blazers have to sell Damian Lillard when it comes to any chance of winning?
They're talking about whoever's next. Look, first off, if you like Nurkic, you can have him. He's available. Right. What they're selling Lillard, and I've been told this by people familiar with their thinking, is, hey, here's what we're going to do. Whoever becomes available this summer, we're talking about Beal and Lillard. There will be others. There are always others. Their argument is we're going to go in there and say, we've got all our draft picks, or most of them. We've got Shaedon Sharpe, who's looked good lately. We've got Anthony Simons. We want to get in on whatever. They are going to take one more swing at a star, and they're going to have to trade for them because stars aren't flocking to Portland. Right. That's what they're selling Lillard. Now, when that strikes out and they go into next season with hey, Jeremy Grant's back. We'll see how Lillard feels, but I can tell you that's what they're selling him. At some point, does he stop buying it?
Right. It's not a lot to be sold. So I just sort of am curious, unless he just sold on, hey, I want to be one of those guys who's associated with a single team my entire career. Usually those guys who want to be associated with a single team their career want to be associated because their teams won. So they were already associated with championships. So you can understand that a little bit more like Kobe was. The other name, and I floated this to Big O, and Big O basically thinks he's basically this player just an out of shape laggard who's going to eat his way out of the NBA. I don't see that. That was Big O's take yesterday on our accurate Pembroke Pines report. Luka Doncic is under contract till 2025. Luka Doncic, I believe, has been done dirty by the Mavericks with their awful decision to simply let Jalen Brunson walk into the ether and go to the Knicks for nothing in return. Then they trade for Kyrie Irving, and they trade their entire depth. So there's nothing surrounding those players. Now, I know you can't do anything right away, but Kurt Heelan, you'll remember, Paul George forced his way out of Indiana with 2 years left on his contract. It's usually always the season before you start turning the screws. But if you're talking with 2 years left on your contract, Luka's getting to that point also.
Yeah,
has that gotten bad? I've read everywhere, from Pro Basketball Talk and everywhere else, about what's going on in Dallas. Have we reached critical mass there with Luka and Cuban and Dallas and the Mavericks?
He is and I'm not there, but he appears as, have you ever seen him this frustrated? He's not just with the officials,
with referees, I've seen him was frustrated, but with the situation, no.
No, but with the situation, he has kind of said, look, and apparently there's some off the court issues as well that he's frustrated with it. It sounds like a guy who's looking for his white out. I still don't think that's this summer, because you said he signed his extension as well.
Right.
He hits the peak of that thing the summer of 2024. And then the leverage, I think you're right. Even with 2 years and a player option, I think at the end of that left, so 3 years technically, that's when the leverage shifts. That's when hey, I'm not happy. I do think that it's possible. I will tell you that I know that other front offices, I talk to people in other front offices with that circled, like, hey, we're just keeping an eye on that. But I don't know that he has the leverage to force it this summer. But if, like you said, if Kyrie's a free agent, you're either going to have to pay to bring him back at it's going to be way more money than you want to spend on Kyrie Irving. How long do you want to be in the Kyrie Irving business? They don't have the assets or trade or otherwise now to go get anyone else. Like, I don't know how you build out that roster. And as they've actually, I looked this up because I was writing about them yesterday. They're actually plus 4.6 per 100 when those two are on the court together. They have no defense. They have nothing else. If those two guys aren't on the floor and playing at a high level together, the Charlotte Hornets outscored them by 22 in the paint, man. They're just not good defensively, and there's no easy remedy to fix it. I think Doncic wanting out is a real thing.
If that's the case, can Mark Cuban salvage that? In other words, I think he stole the Trae Young trade with Atlanta when they swapped picks, and he got Luka. Luka this year, until recently, was a top 5 MVP candidate on that ballot when you list 1 through 5 for the postseason awards. I think with a record, he's not anymore because of the way they've fallen off. But when you look at that in Dallas, when you finally get the icon, when you finally get the international sensation, how do you trade someone like that? How do you save face at all if you're Mark Cuban?
That's the problem is I think we've seen this before with Durant, with others, where teams hold on to the point that guy's going to walk and they can't let him go, because if you're Dallas, if you give up on Luka, you're back to square one, right? Like you're
less than square one.
Yeah, exactly. You're back in the draft and hoping for another stroke of luck in the draft. So I don't think Cuban can, from his perspective, he has to figure out how to make this work. I'm just not sure. They're one of those teams sometimes, don't they, Ira, and the Heat are really good about not doing this to themselves. This short-term move after short-term move until they back themselves into a corner, and then they don't really have options. They don't leave themselves out. The best teams have tradable players, and hey, we can move this guy and we can switch this salary around, and suddenly we're not stuck. And Dallas looks like they've kind of painted themselves into a much more stuck corner.
Right. I mean, say what you want about Kyle Lowry, he's an expiring contract. Say you want about Duncan Robinson, he's in a sweet spot of numbers to match. Say what you want about Tyler Hero, but he could still be the leading man in a trade. Say what you want about owing the Oklahoma City Thunder a first-round pick, but the Heat can still put as many as 3 first-round picks into play. So they do have functionality that is so key in that situation. One other one struck me, and this has been walked back a little, but it was out there, at least in the ether for a few days. Yeah. The whole Jaylen Brown might not necessarily be content in Boston. The whole Jaylen Brown wants to be a leading man. And I agree to a degree, always will be in Jason Tatum's shadow, because I believe Jason Tatum's the better player. I think most would there also. But Boston is the Jays. Boston is who they are, as I mentioned in our first segment, because of Brown and because of Tatum. Is Jaylen Brown going to give that up to be the leading man in Houston? I know there's frustration. They're winning. They got to the NBA Finals last year. They've overcome the loss of a coach to go to a rookie neophyte and still are in a good position. It is a team that management has shown with Brad Stevens willing to augment with the Malcolm Brogdons, like we spoke about, with the Derek White. The Jaylen Brown thing. Or is the allure of being a leading man so much and so sexy and so tantalizing and so seductive that Jaylen Brown gets lured in that direction?
I didn't read his comments that way. I took them as hey, you better pay me. More money. I want the max. I want this. He'd have to get the Supermax. He'd have to make small NBA teams. Although that's a discussion for another day about whether he's a guard or a forward and all that crap. But I read that as, don't think you're getting a discount. I want every last penny. and if you pay me, we'll figure something out.
Kurt,
I don't know that, but if they stumble in the playoffs, if they lost to Philadelphia in the second round. Is that different now? Does it feel different to them?
How does Boston not pay him? We just spoke about Luka Doncic. It's so hard to get a player like that. You do whatever you have to do to make it work. How does Boston? I think all the leverage is with Jaylen Brown, because you take away either of the Jays, they're a middle of the pack team in the East. Shouldn't Boston almost through back channels and his agent said, of course you're getting every last dollar?
Yeah,
Why wouldn't they?
I would think that was the message. That's how I read it. I read that as a don't come at this with a, hey, maybe we can get a hometown discount type of thing. Him, because he will be up for an extension. I think it's next year. I think he's got
right. Yeah, still has time left. Correct.
A little time left on this deal, but I think it was the hey, I expect my money comment. But that said, I don't know that I don't know Jaylen Brown particularly well, but my sense of him is not the ego. I want to be. He would want to go somewhere he felt wanted and comfortable. That wouldn't necessarily be as the alpha. But he would want to win. He would want to be somewhere, if he felt he could go somewhere and contribute and was wanted. And I think that sometimes that's hard for teams to do with players they already have, is remind them how much they want them. And not sometimes it's more than with the John Hamm Mad Men line. That's what the money is for.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's got to be a little more than that. Yeah.
And I know we're running long here, Sean. So I just have one more piece here, and then we'll go to the break here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. The last name I want to get to you is Joel Embiid. He's been mentioned before as being unhappy. He's voiced displeasure. They seem to be in a better place right now. As we mentioned in our first segment here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, they have yet to make the conference finals in his tenure. If the Sixers don't advance to the Eastern Conference Finals, which will be tough, beating out either Milwaukee or Boston. If James Harden possibly does up and leave for Houston and the nightlife he prefers, and that team is sort of torn down a little bit apart. Kurt, in the putting percentages on it, in just your general thoughts, Joel Embiid, could his name wind up legitimately being out there this offseason?
Somewhere in the corner of Pat Riley's office and in every other front office is a whiteboard. And in the corner is the names of superstars we were watching, just in case. And these are the guys that are on that list, by the way. Beal, Lillard have been on, like they're in Sharpie at this point, like up on the whiteboard.
Right.
It's not even the erasable kind. Embiid is on that list. I can tell you a couple teams I know of that, like, hey, we're just watching that. We're just watching that because it could be. Like for exactly the scenario you laid out. They get bounced in the first round. Harden's a free agent. He decides to go somewhere else. Houston, there's something to it, whether he leaves or not, we'll see. But like, there's enough there that like you can paint yourself into that scenario. And if I can get a guy who might be the MVP this year, you've got to jump. Miami and a whole bunch of teams would jump at that because and
the Heat in Bam Adebayo at least have a piece they could put into play to make a trade talk. Folks, there is not another hour-long show on the interwebs or anywhere on YouTube or anywhere else that is already today, Tuesday morning, before 10 a.m., traded Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, Luka Doncic, Jaylen Brown, and Joel Embiid. That's why you stay here with us on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show and the Big O Show. After this break, we'll get back to a little bit more heat. We'll go back to your YouTube chat board for your comments on that segment. And so we'll wrap it up here. Look ahead at the Heat schedule, what has to happen. Less than 2 weeks left to go in the regular season. All that and more when we come back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canesware at Miami Fanware in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canesware, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my
my house!
Ooh, mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Slowens Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back for our third and final segment of this week's Red Recover Inside the Paint. Usually we're on Wednesday. I'm traveling this week. I got to go to Madison Square Garden for a game tomorrow, so I'm going to have to get on the, international flight tomorrow. So we're coming here Tuesday. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel here in Toronto. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area. If you missed our first two segments, in the first segment, we spoke about the NBA playoff race, what's real, what's not. You can catch that on any Big O podcast outlet. Smash the like button. Second segment, we spoke about trade possibilities of a bunch of big names that people thought wouldn't be out there, but were out there. Want to go to the chat board again, like to get everyone involved. That's the case here every week on our hour-long RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. Daniel brought up another name. I haven't heard it as much, because the team's been winning a little bit more, but still have a losing record. Zach LaVine. We've heard this name mentioned before. Like everyone else we discussed, Kurt Heelan, he got his extension. He's in the big money range. Where does Chicago go? Did they delude themselves into finishing below 500, but making the play-in as being good enough? Did they wait to see how the results play out in the playoffs? What sort of happens, do you think, with Zach LaVine down the road?
This is a case where I think other teams speculate about him a lot. And when I've said something to those other teams, like, well, how real is this? They're like, yeah, they seem to really just believe in this core. Like internally, they still think it's going to work. Maybe this playoffs, maybe this season, in this postseason, changed that dynamic because, other teams have looked at Zach as a possibility. So there's something there, but I don't know if Chicago internally sees that yet in the way some of these other ones do.
Yeah, that's an interesting name. And then Daniel brings up another, and you and I spoke about how Dallas doesn't have a lot of choices, might have to do something that's unpalatable, but he has a reasonable question here. You and I spoke in our last segment about Jaylen Brown as a great player that Boston has to pay because someone absolutely, when the time comes, will offer him the maximum. But Daniel's question here is, what teams are even interested in signing Kyrie Irving long-term? Has Kyrie overplayed his hand? Could there wind up still being a Lakers desperation? Where do you think that plays out? Is there really a Kyrie Irving hunger anymore in the NBA, Kurt Heelan?
I haven't heard that much. In fact, I can tell you the Lakers' desperation for him is down, right?
Okay.
But we'll see what happens. Again, we'll see what happens in the playoffs and how everybody feels, and more importantly, what LeBron says later. But
exactly.
I'm curious. I think the question is, like, the problem is the teams with the money to go cap space hunting, that have the cap space to just sign him, Houston, Orlando, San Antonio. He doesn't want to go there. They don't want him. So
Okay.
the market of teams that would want him, which is, I think, small, and everybody only wants, I think the real question, however, is 2 years? Would you even give him a third?
I would go as light and limited as I could on
Yeah.
that. But we know the problem is Kyrie is so persnickety, he would almost
Yep.
look at that as a snub. So I
Yep.
really do wonder who he's negotiating against. What is his what is Kyrie Irving's leverage?
He doesn't, and it's got to be a sign and trade to like the teams he would want to go to, like the Lakers, but also, I mean, look, he'd go to Miami if you want him. You'd go like to a lot of teams if you'd take him. If you sign and trade, now you're hard capped. And that messes with some of the places he wants to go where they're trying to spend to win. So I don't know that he might have to re-sign in Dallas just because I don't know that there's a market or other options for him that are viable.
No, I agree. He might have to re-sign and then be miserable. Kurt, you brought up a really interesting point. So I want to put that out there to fans right now also. If you are hard capped over what they call the apron of the salary cap, you cannot acquire a player in a sign and trade. The Miami Heat, because of the Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Kyle Lowry, Duncan Robinson, and Tyler Hero extension, are already over next season's apron. Unless they shed salary, they cannot bring in a player in a sign and trade transaction. So you would have to first maneuver your money and then do a sign and trade, which is why the Heat are very limited. Except for trades in the offseason, they'll just have one exception. The taxpayer mid-level, $7 million about, roughly. Again, if we're under the same CBA, that still has to be adjusted. But by today's workplace rules, they couldn't even do that. So even if Kyrie says, you know what? I talked about Miami for years. I want to go there. Let's make it work. Unless the Heat first shed salary, trade Duncan in a draft pick somewhere, trade Kyle Lowry in a draft pick somewhere, they couldn't even do that. The Heat have always been very careful about Kyrie Irving. And I would think asking Eric Spoelstra to manage both Jimmy Butler and Kyrie Irving could very well move Eric Spoelstra to the front office and basically say, just enough is enough. So I am curious about to see how that would play out. Daniel chimes in, I would trade Jimmy Butler for Luka. Again, Dallas is trying to build something there. Getting a 33-year-old player, I'm not sure is exactly the reason to go in that direction. So I think that's interesting. Going into other tangential areas, because I do like to attack the chat board when I can. Remy says, why aren't the Miami Heat playing Victor Oladipo more? I think Victor Oladipo's wild child offensive ways just became a little bit too much for Eric Spoelstra to sort of stomach. And once Kyle Lowry came back, that went away. Again, I think in games that Kyle doesn't play, that you will see the Heat play Victor Oladipo a little bit more. But that sort of brings us full circle, because I want to talk in our last segment here about Miami Heat and about avoiding the play-in and about having to possibly win out. So let's look at the upcoming schedule, something we like to do in our final segment every week on RaidRecover.com, Inside the Paint. Toronto Raptors tonight, playing well as of late, possibly moving up to that number 8 playoff seed in the win and in first play-in round, probably will be held in Miami. Kurt, of the teams that I can't figure out in the NBA, and your Los Angeles Clippers are certainly up there, although we know injuries and absences have a lot to do with that. If I were to tell you that I had a team that had OG Anunoby, had Pascal Siakam, had Gary Trent Jr., had Fred VanVleet, had this unique center in Chris Boucher with every three-pointer, but is 7 feet also, and has the coaching of Nick Nurse, Kurt Heelan, can you explain to me why the Raptors aren't better? Or
no, I really can't. They've shot horribly this year for kind of like the Heat. They had some really like terrible shoot, but I don't know. You and I talked about this before the season. I had them in the top 6. I thought they were going to be in the playoffs, not struggling to fight their way through the play-in. I don't have a good answer for this, and I think this is another team where internally, I know that I've heard anyway, that they love this roster, but do they really? Are they looking at the same thing? So I'm curious.
Well, but that's the thing is I think you can love that roster because of the possibilities and flexibility. Then you look at a roster and you say, but is there one player who's great enough to be the leading man superstar? I have seen Pascal Siakam play games in the 40s, and I think even once in the 50s, where he has shown that he can be that dominant type of force, which is why I just don't get it. And again, we talk about some, equal the parts and all of that and whether the combinations work or not. Masai has not been, shy about having to make dramatic changes. Obviously, he didn't want to lose Kawhi. He was willing to give up on Kyle Lowry. That might have proved prescient, anyway. And he got Precious Achiuwa there also. Are the Toronto Raptors at make or break? Is this critical mass? If the Toronto Raptors do not advance out of the play-in, are you expecting a different Raptors outlook this offseason?
It's a good question. For some reason, I just don't expect them to blow it up, even though, or make those kind of radical moves, even though I kind of think maybe they should. They need to make some kind of change, don't they? Something didn't work this year, and whatever. From the outside, it just doesn't. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what that is, but whether it's there's been frustration with Nick Nurse, but are you really going to move on from Nick Nurse? I mean, I'm just not sure what direction they go.
Yeah, to me, it's the Van Vliet thing. There were points he was playing like one of the best guards in the NBA. So you lose Kawhi Leonard and you're saying, yeah, but Fred's really come along as an offensive threat. We'll be okay. And then you lose Kyle Lowry because you say, you know what? Fred's going to be a point guard. He's going to get this thing in order. He's going to be the next thing. So you move away from Kyle Lowry. And I'm just not sure that they haven't overstated their hand in what they have. To a degree right now, I think Jalen Brunson's the better player than Fred VanVleet, which is not something I would have thought I'd be saying in late March, early April of the 2022-23 season. I think that might be where it starts. So I do wonder what they do with Fred and sort of what the commitment is there also. Again, he could be a dynamic, like you mentioned, three-point shooter who's loading up and makes 4 or 5 in a game. Or it could be a guy who you say, hey, just go ahead and let him shoot. Tonight's game, Miami Heat here, Toronto Raptors. The Heat coming off one of their worst performances of their season, arguably their worst home performance of the season. How do you see this one tonight, Kurt Heelan?
I think you get a desperate Heat team for the reasons you said. We talked about that being almost a must-win against Brooklyn. I don't know that they're tied. It's not technically a must-win, but that one stung. And you look ahead, which is, I think, what you're going to do next on the schedule. If you're back-to-back against the Knicks, who get Brunson back tomorrow, by the way.
Right.
This is the winnable game, right? This is the easier to win game. I want to target this one and then take my chances tomorrow night.
And that's why it'll be very curious. I'm about to head off the shoot-around right now at Scotiabank Arena and ask Eric Spoelstra, is Kyle Lowry at the point he can play both games? Or are you doing what you did in that Chicago-Detroit back-to-back, where you're playing him in one of the 2 games, holding him out of the other, just trying to get a split, which is a dangerous proposition to play with only 7 games left in the regular season. Yeah. But I can't fathom Kyle Lowry sitting out in Toronto for what this place means to him. So it will be curious if he plays tomorrow again in New York. We know what's happened with Heat Knicks. We saw Julius Randle hit that remarkable shot at Miami-Dade Arena. Yep. The Knicks get that game. We saw the Heat come on with a solid, almost reaffirming victory last Wednesday against the Knicks. So just to fill people in, because it's kind of awkward. If the Heat and Knicks finish tied 2-2, which will require a Heat victory tomorrow at Madison Square Garden, the next tiebreaker is, and these still do count, division championship. And the Miami Heat, that's the only reason why a division counts. So the Miami Heat, because they will win the Atlantic, because if they don't finish ahead of Atlanta, obviously they'll be losing a crap ton more games, so there won't be a tie with New York, but the Heat would get that tiebreaker. The division championship also can matter in this respect. Even though the Heat are 0-3 against Brooklyn, even though they might be 2-2 if they win tomorrow against New York and finish 5-3 in the aggregate, rather if finish 2-5 in the aggregate, and I know this sounds odd, if the Knicks, the Nets, and the Heat finish tied, 3-way tie, the first tiebreaker there is you lift the division champion out. The Heat would actually get the number 5 seed. So that division does play in at a time when everyone thinks divisions don't matter anymore. I agree with you. I think a split is a logical goal, although it shouldn't be in these 2 games. The Knicks know they have a lot to play for. The Knicks know they're in that series against Cleveland, but they also had some awkward games recently. They played the Rockets last night, which is like a bye in the schedule. I think they'll be up for that. Finally, we get to Saturday's home game. Easy schedule for the Heat as far as they then have 2 days off Thursday or Friday. Dallas, as of now at 8 p.m. Saturday, I don't know if they're going to move that because of the conflict with the University of Miami Hurricanes televised game that night.
Ooh.
Is Dallas going for it, or might they be in tank mode? Because if their first-round pick is not among the first 10, they're at number 10 right now, it goes to the New York Knicks. Do you think there's a point where Mark Cuban says, hey, this is what I do on Shark Tank every week. I make cost-benefit evaluations. We need the lottery pick. We're not going anywhere. Will Dallas be in it to win it when they arrive at Miami-Dade Arena on Saturday?
That's a great question because externally, I got a feeling they shouldn't. They should get that top 10 pick. What are they doing? They're fighting to get into the 10 seed?
Right.
That said, with all the frustration in that organization with them and Kyrie and Doncic, I got a feeling they're going to try to win. They're just not very good at it. They're just again, you should be able to pound them. Jimmy should get into the paint. It could be a big Bam night. They have no bad perimeter defense and no rim protection, which is a
that'll
horrific combo.
And that'll be desperate times for the Heat also. They'll have to get that game. Again, the Heat will have 2 days off before that, 2 days off after that. If ever there was a game they can put into focus is that. We'll have all those answers when we come back next week when I figure out what day works for redrecover.com Inside the Paint. But for now, after we've already had the Heat in this latest hour, acquire Bradley Beal, Damian Lillard, Luka Doncic, Zach LaVine, and Jaylen Brown, we're going to throw it back to the Big O Show with Orlando Alzagari.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after Ira and Kurt did their thing for the last hour here on the channel. Sean Stanley, of course, the man that masters this entire platform every single day. It's a beautiful Tuesday, March 28th. I hope it's beautiful where you're at, anywhere in the world. Thank you all out there. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. That is one thing that we ask you to do every single day, every time you're downloading or watching a show, if you're watching the show later on your own time, day, night, whatever, please don't forget to smash the like button. It is very, very important. And it really helps us grow and get the algorithms going and sending out the show to more and more people. And don't you want us to grow so we can stick around, that kind of stuff? So make sure you smash the hell out of the like button. Very, very important. All right. God, where do I start? We got the Heat back in action tonight. Panthers once again sucked and lost last night to the Senators. They have just completely gone in the crapper. We've got terrible news in Nashville. Our thoughts and prayers, obviously, with the school shooting. 3 9-year-olds. God, I mean, you lose 6 people, but 3 of them were 9-year-olds. God, this is crazy stuff. There's all kinds of stuff going on. CZ being sued by the CSTC. We got all kinds of stuff going on. We got the Final Four this weekend. FAU and University of Miami. Have you gone to Canesware yet? They got the Final Four stuff over at Canesware, man. 2511 South University Drive in Davie. So I was thinking of going over there myself to go get a hat. Get a Final Four hat, man. Definitely. I think that would be a really cool thing if I can get something like that. But anyway, so a lot of things to talk about. We got news all over the place. We got stuff to talk about with the Miami Dolphins. I mean, really, it's just we're everywhere. Music. I got a couple notes. So we've got a loaded program. Alan Poupart will join us at 10:30. Manny Navarro will stop by at 11:30. Now, let's get into I guess let's start off with DeSean Elliott, since we kind of started with it yesterday when it first broke that he did something really, really stupid. And please, because I see it from some of you out there, when he says he was just kidding, he's not kidding. He was just dumb. Okay? Let's just, DeSean Elliott, my brother, Bill Clinton once told us that he didn't inhale. Some of you out there, if you want to be like, if you're a bleeding Democrat, that you just want to believe anything that an idiot Republican or Democrat says because they just say it, go ahead and be morons. But none of us really believed, right? I mean, anybody that's taken a toke of a joint, you're going to inhale, okay? You're not savoring it like you do with a cigar. See, cigar smoke you don't swallow, okay? Cigar smoke doesn't get to your lungs, all right? Cigarettes and weed, you're going to intake it into your lungs. Cigar, you kind of like savor and let it out. Obviously, some is going to get in your system, but it's not the same as cigarettes and weed. So we all know, right? I don't do the hookah stuff. Is that also, do you inhale? You inhale the hookah stuff too, right? So I think cigars are the only thing that you kind of savor. You don't swallow. Although there are some maniacs out there that will do that. But we didn't believe that, right? So nobody's believing that DeSean Elliott was just kidding. Okay? And the disturbing part, look, I know some people got crazy on me on Twitter yesterday. Well, cutting him is of course they're not going to cut him. Just because you say something stupid doesn't mean you're going to get cut. You'll have a conversation, okay? But there is something about DeSean Elliott that we do now have to worry about, and he has sent out a red flag to the entire Dolphin Nation, to all of his teammates, to the coaching staff and the front office and the ownership group. None of us know DeSean Elliott personally. Maybe some of his former teammates know him. Maybe his family knows him. Maybe his friends know him. Okay? Maybe they know about him. We now are going to find out whether DeSean Elliott is a smart person, if he actually has common sense. Because what he did yesterday lacked total awareness because of the Tua mess that's been going on for 2 years now, right? And how divided it is. You should know better not to add to the division, but you were stupid enough to make those comments. So if you're stupid enough to make those comments, you're not intelligent or aware enough or educated enough about what's gone on here. So if you lived under a rock, DeSean Elliott, and you don't know what's going on, then I can understand why you're that ignorant. But if you knew anything about what's been going on down here and you still go on to do what you did yesterday, then that tells me red flag. Like, you have to now watch DeSean Elliott. Is this the guy that goes and gets in trouble on an off week? Is this the guy that makes mistakes in the backfield and does stupid things? Is this the guy that constantly makes mistakes? Maybe not. Maybe this is a terrific dude. Maybe this is a guy that's a pro's pro. You know, maybe. And maybe this was just like a moment that we all have, right? Because I've had many moments like DeSean Elliott. Okay, so I'm far from perfect, but at least I'll admit it when I say something stupid, I do something stupid, or I make a mistake. I'm gonna say, yeah, man, dude, that was dumb on my part. Wow, that was incredibly stupid, right? This was incredibly stupid. So the question now from here on out with DeSean Elliott, is this a sign of things to come? Is this guy with a Kyrie Irving knucklehead approach? Is this a guy that has a Le'Veon Bell lack of understanding and awareness? Is this a guy that, I don't know, is he Antonio Brown? See what I'm saying? So what is he? And that's what we're going to find out about DeSean Elliott. All right? He's already made a terrible impression just initially with the Dolphins. And brother, the hate and rip job that you got on Twitter, and to your credit, he says, I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked. He had the Adrian Broner gift going out, and guess what? You shouldn't. There is no lying. You deserve to get cooked. Okay, DeSean Elliott, you deserve to get ripped. You deserve to get cooked. You deserve to get used and abused on Twitter. And if I'm you, I would go out and actually put together a serious apology, like a real apology, and say, I completely made a, instead of lying to us and say, oh, I'm just kidding, relax, it's just Twitter. No, dude, it's not kidding. You weren't kidding. You were serious about it because he's a former teammate of yours, but your lack of awareness created a really stupid situation. You're a nobody. Like I said yesterday, you just signed a 1-year deal. You just got here. You need to actually prove you're worthy even of a roster spot. Who the hell are you to demand anything, brother? You know, in the Warriors, right? It was Ajax getting, running his mouth. And Cleon said to him, you just soldier and shut your mouth up. So this is Cleon to Ajax, DeSean Elliott. You just soldier and keep your mouth shut. You got that, DeSean? You just soldier and keep your mouth shut. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay? You're a role player, my brother. You're a backup. You're not a star. And a star shouldn't even be doing that because a star needs to show leadership. So we will now be watching you, DeSean. What kind of decisions are you going to make? Are you going to go 65 and a 35? What are you going to do? Are you going to go to the club and get in trouble? What kind of guy is DeSean Elliott? Because he showed terrible judgment yesterday. Was that an aberration, or is this a sign of things to come? We will find out. And the other thing about DeSean Elliott, oh, baby, you better play well. You better play well. Okay, DeSean? And it starts with training camp. It starts with mini camp. And the second you start getting burned back there, Writers will be writing. Fans will be watching. Fans will film it. They're going to put it on social media. They're going to say, look, this is the guy that wanted Tua out and wanted Lamar Jackson. And look, he can't cover. So DeSean Elliott, oh, baby. Not only are we watching to see if you are a first-class moron like yesterday, because what you did yesterday is what first-class morons do. Like that's a moment that I hope you're smart enough as a man to look in the mirror and go, wow, what a fucking idiot I was yesterday. Holy shit, how could I have not had the awareness of knowing what has gone on here that I'm going to come in and start a freaking forest fire? So that was catastrophically stupid. So now we're watching to see if catastrophically stupid is something of the norm in your life. And then the other thing is, oh, baby, you better play. Oh, man, you better play. You better play, and you better play well, because the criticism is going to have a little extra sauce on top of it now. You've earned that now, unfortunately. You put yourself in that position. So I suggest you endear yourself to the Dolphin Nation. You endear yourself to Tua, okay? Maybe you want to go out where he's, working out with Nick Hicks, and maybe you want to go out there and film something, put something on social media, say, I got my guys back. Hey, I was just having some fun. Lamar's a friend of mine. I meant no disrespect. I got Tua's back. I don't know. All I'm saying is, my man, every chance you get to do something outstanding, you're going to need to do it, because you just lost a whole bunch of people in the Dolphin Nation, because we're trying to start fresh. We're trying to go on and move on with all the good shit. And here you go, bringing the stuff up that we have overcome the last couple of years. So DeSean Elliott, we're going to find out, my man. Yesterday's decision, is this something of the norm, or was it an aberration? And number two, here's my suggestion. Play well. Play very well. Because if you don't, it's not going to be a fun year for you here in South Florida. That's your warning. You have been warned. Okay? All right? I know this town. I know this fan base. I know it inside and out. Okay? Nobody's covered it more than I have, pretty much, around this town. Very few people around left that have covered more than I have. So I've been at this for a long time. I know this fan base, and you lost a lot of them. Better learn how to earn them back, because if you don't, oh man, there's going to be a long, long-ass season for DeSean Elliott. Play well, young man. Play very well. Very well. All right. Devin Jordan, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, if DeSean Elliott doesn't have a lack of awareness on social media, then I wonder if he'll have it since awareness on the he'll have a sense of awareness on the football field. Okay, because he got sense. So I know now. I figured out I deciphered what you were trying to say, Devin. Yes, we're gonna find out. Right? He's a backup. Right? He's not really a starter. So we'll see. Knight, thank you for the love on the super chat. Also, he goes, it's like inviting your ex-wife to your wedding. Although there are some relationships, it's weird, right? I don't know. I haven't seen it personally, but I've heard of it where people divorced and they get along still, and they're like friends, and they do it, also also in light of the kids usually that they have, and then some of them do get remarried, and actually the ex-wife and the current wife, or the ex-husband and current, they kind of become friends, and they accept the changing of the guards and those kind of things. And the former husband or wife is at a wedding, and it does happen. It's rare, but it does happen. I've heard of it before, so it's possible. I've even actually, you know what? I've seen it in Latin families, because I remember, now that I'm thinking about it, I remember a wedding I went to years ago, and the ex-husband was at the wedding. So it was like one of those things that everybody had moved on. You fall out of love and you accept it, and there's no like, oh my God, regrets or any of that kind of stuff. So it happens, but you're right, Knight. In general, inviting your ex-wife to the wedding is probably something that is not going to happen in most cases. But yeah. And thank you, sir. And remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show at Cash App or Venmo. And you can always make a Bitcoin donation on Cash App or Venmo also. As you all know, Bitcoin donations are always my favorite donations out there. So thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Focus on Him Ministry says, have we seen the Lamar poor stats for 2 years? Lamar had only 17 touchdowns. Oh, I don't care about that, dude. I'm not even arguing or talking about that. I don't really give a shit about that. I care more about the fact that the dude was that, it never crossed his mind. Like, he didn't realize where he was and who his quarterback is, who beat his ass, by the way, who lit him up in Detroit. It was just, it's weird, bro. Weird. And it was completely uncalled for. It was just dumb, really dumb. And I hope that he's smart enough to look in the mirror and go, damn, dude, how can I be so out of touch? How in the hell? And obviously somebody got to him because he took down that tweet. You know what I mean? And he can play it off all he wants, but it was just dense, really dense. And that's what I'm going to be watching. Is DeSean the guy that makes good decisions? Or is this a guy that lacks common sense? And that's scary. That part is scary. My wife's family is like that. The ex still comes to holiday dinners. No kids involved. It makes me shake my head. You see what I'm saying? It's weird. It happens. But I think, when that happens, I'm no relationship expert. I'm not a financial advisor, whatever. But I think that when those situations happen, I think that those two people realized that they weren't made for each other in the end. And they really didn't they weren't really truly in love, And that's the thing about love, is that as time goes on, you really find out if you love this person or not, because you have to go through ups and downs, right? Health or sickness, richer or poorer, good, bad, good days with kids, bad days with kids, whatever it is, good days with bills, bad days with bills, good days where your home is safe, bad days with storms, all things are going to test your relationships in everything, right? And that's how you build love. That's how you know that you love the person even more, because the more you go through shit and the stronger you come out of it, that that's the person you want to be with, right? You're not thinking about being with anybody else. And I think that when you get to the point that they're actually going to each other's weddings and parties and things like that, I think those are two people that actually realize they really weren't in love. And, what else are you going to do at that point? So you might as well not fight it. And why create a hell that you don't need to if you're not in love? Now, when there is still love from one or the other, or maybe even both, you know what I mean? Because sometimes there's a lot of divorces where somebody's going to hold a grudge. Somebody wanted out, but somebody didn't. And then that's the one that could never fly. You know what I'm saying? Those are the two people that can't be around each other. They can't come to parties and stuff like that. But I almost get the feeling that it's two people that have convinced them, that they're in their heart, they know they're not in love anymore, unless they have incredible discipline and they're doing it solely for their kids and they stay stoic for their kids. That's pretty special, because that's hard. That's really hard, because somebody's hurt. So somebody has to live with that pain forever. Okay. I know, because I was a child of just a brutal and ugly divorce. That was no fun, that I was the weapon used against each other. And I would, God, I've been with my wife forever, but, like if I ever thought of divorcing her or whatever, I would never put my child's already like an adult now, but I was a child and I could never put a kid through that. What my parents did to me, I could never, ever, 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 ever do that to my child. Ever. It's unacceptable. So, as a person that was in the middle of an incredibly bitter divorce, yeah, I don't wish it on anybody. Giovanni says 29 of 36, 382 yards, 3 touchdowns is what Tua did versus Elliott's secondary when they played against him in Detroit October 30th, but he wants another QB. Dumb as dirt. Thank you, Giovanni. Appreciate you. As always, thank you for the love on the super chat, my friend. Let's see. You're out of touch. I'm out of time. But I'm out of my head when you're not around. Very nice, Mel. Very nice. Frankie says, he's answering Giovanni. Big O, I dated my current wife and ex-wife at the same time for a bit. Well, you played with fire. I lived that, Big O. You lived it too? It's tough, man. My ex still holds the grudge. Been 3 years and had a blow up this weekend at the T-ball game. No stoic. I'm going through that now. Yeah, exactly. I mean, hang in there, man. I know it ain't easy. Glad you turned out, it's all about survival in life, my brother. You experience, you live, you learn, you try to do better, and you try to grow and you move on. We're all going to go through brutal things and ugly situations and setbacks and all kinds of stuff. That's life, unfortunately. But hey, man, you got to try to make the best of it. You got to move on. And that's all you can do, right? I can't just go with one season. I will be happy with two if I see him ball out this year. You will, Frankie. You'll see him ball out this year. Tua is going to cook Elliott in training camp. They'll have no choice but to cut him. That would be funny, by the way. That would be fantastic if Tua just gets to camp and lights Elliott up like a freaking Christmas tree all the time. Every chance he gets to light up Elliott, he lights him up. And by the way, reporters will be looking at that. Writers will be looking at that. Fans will be looking at that. Because you guys get to go to training camp, film it, and put it on social media right away. Not that they want you to do that, but they can't stop you from doing that. They stop us because we can't, like, anything going on during practice, we can't film and put on. They don't allow us to do that. We can only watch it and stuff like that, but we can't, actually put it on, which is hilarious how you guys get away with the stuff that we can't get away with, in the media. What are you going to do, right? Alan Poupart is set to join us in a couple of minutes. We'll have some fun. We'll talk a little DeSean Elliott with him. I got a couple of other things that I want to talk about too, and something yesterday Mike McDaniel did that just got me so excited, so freaking pumped. He said something yesterday that, and I'll elaborate in a few minutes on that. We'll do it after we talk to Alan, but I want to elaborate a little bit on that because I thought it was just absolutely freaking awesome, by the way. And yesterday, McDaniel, in the middle of all of the stupid DeSean Elliott comments, and the comment didn't come from the DeSean Elliott situation, okay? It came from just being asked about Tua's fifth-year option. And he was, where is it? Here we go. And so here you go. I don't know if, let me see. Can you see it there? Okay, let me just lower it a little bit here. Okay, so it says, I put out this tweet. I said, you want to know why McDaniel will be even better this year, Fins Up fans? Here's his quote yesterday. We didn't run the ball, not because running backs didn't run the ball well. We didn't run the ball well in games that we were overly injured, or some games I just didn't call enough runs. I can't tell you how excited I got when I read that freaking quote. Because, that I've been talking about that during the season, now in the off season, that he several times throughout the year screwed up when they were running the ball really well, and he just goes away from it. And it was things that I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? But he's a first-year coach. And why I like this guy is because he's super smart. And I think he's one of those guys that is going to also take inventory of what he's doing. He's going to look at it and he's going to self-analyze himself and say, okay, well, wait a minute. And the other thing about Mike that we've learned is obviously he has an ego and he has confidence in his abilities, but he doesn't allow his ego or his confidence to get in the way of getting better by learning from others or being surrounded by others that may know more than him that can help him get better, like a Vic Fangio. Like, he's not afraid to bring in a veteran coach. You know what I mean? He's got a quarterbacks coach in Bevel that has been around a lot longer than him. He's been around a lot of big-ass quarterbacks and everything. He has no ego in that sense. So he also is not going to have an ego when somebody says, hey, Mike, man, we should have run the ball more here. And he's not going to go DeSantis on them. Oh my God, you disagree with me? I will fire you. I will, whatever, every time you disagree with that clown, forget about it. You're done. McDaniel's not going to do that. McDaniel's going to, accept the constructive criticism. And that quote right there that's the money quote of that entire press conference for me. Sure, I can get into the Tua thing, the Tua comment that he said, but I expected that from them. Like, I already knew Tua was coming back and Tua was the guy. I told you at the end of the season, because we actually have real sources, not like the clowns you see the last couple of weeks. Oh, they're trying to trade him to the Colts. Oh, they're trying to trade him to the Redskins. Oh, they're trying to trade for Lamar Jackson. None of it is true because none of those people have any sources. All those crap sites that you guys send me and all that, there's a reason why none of that stuff ever happens. Because you're sending me stuff from people that aren't even legitimate. They're not even in the media. And there's nothing wrong with fan sites. It's great to have fan sites and YouTube sites and all that, but know who you are. You're a fan. You have no insight. You can guess. And maybe you might guess, but you ain't got no goddamn sources. They're not trading for him to the Colts. Irsay just came out and said, I don't like fully guaranteed contracts. So, it's like I don't know how many times, they're going to trade, Lamar to the Colts. Yeah, that's actually not true. Oh, they're trading Tua to the Colts. Yeah, that's actually not true. Come on, man. No, let's stay in reality now. Okay? And by the way, do me a favor, stop sending me crap from people that I know have zero credibility and no sources, no nothing. I don't know why you people keep sending me this stuff. I don't care about it. I told you that Tua was coming back when the season ended. I got the information. That's it. I don't care what anybody else has reported. They're all wrong. Last time I checked, here's Tua, fifth-year option. Boom, and that one I guessed. That one I didn't have insight. But I told you that's what I would do. Ideally, I would pick up the fifth-year option because I have more faith in the kid than most people do. I think he's going to fix his issues, by the way. Wow, Sam Bankman-Fried has been charged with bribing Chinese officials. God, I hope that guy serves at least 150 years in jail. Seriously, at least 150. I don't care if he's not around. After he dies, they just leave him in the cell with bones. So, it kind of looks like you're part of the Pirates of the Caribbean and you're cruising by and there's a cell with bones. No, that's Sam Bankman-Fried. True Fin Fan, thank you for the love on the super chat. Says, so right. McDaniel brought a smile to my face. Damn right. True Fin Fan says, I have a source. You. Oh, wow. Big O, if Elliott is on the edge of making the team, this is the type of stuff that can push you out of the rock. You're right, but they're not going to cut him for saying something stupid. But the spotlight is on him now. Okay, is he going to do? Is this like a guy that is going to do stupid things on a consistent basis? All right, he's on double secret probation right now. Okay, that's basically what it is. We go back to Animal House, all right, and Dean Warner or Dean Warmer or whatever his name is. He put the the Delta House right on double secret probation. Well, right now DeSean Elliott is on double secret probation, and everybody in the organization is looking out like, okay. Was it an aberration or is this guy really a knucklehead? And we're going to find out. We are going to find out. By the way, send Poupart a message there. I guess he says need a link. I thought I sent him a link. Send him a link. Send me a link, por favor. Or send him a link. Please. Do want to remind you about Welton Rayom, folks. We love talking about Welton Rayom. They are absolutely amazing. Great law office. Two guys that will crush insurance companies. 954-966.
Welton Rayom.
36. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. Hell, Sean was so pumped up he was about to play the commercial because he knows Welton Rayom are just absolutely amazing. By the way, Jeff Welt is going to the Metallica concert that I was going to in Mexico City. He's already got the tickets for Seattle and got out of Mexico. We're trying to get out of our Mexico City tickets to get the Seattle tickets to go up to Seattle, which is cool. We're going to go see Hendrix's grave and then the Hendrix Museum in Seattle. So it's actually pretty cool. And there's a good chance that in Seattle, I don't get taken hostage. In Mexico, they might take me hostage. And it's like, yo, dude, I got no money. I'm just a broke-ass radio guy. What are you going to get? What do you want? A couple of iPads? I can give you that if that's what you want. Go ahead. No, but seriously, if you are dealing with property damage, condo, home, maybe you got a car going through your wall like I did, and we had Progressive Insurance trying to rip us off, Welton Rayom brought Progressive Insurance to their knees. They kicked them right center in the ass. 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom got us 5 times the money that they were offering us to fix our wall when those idiot kids thought that they were fast and furious. Okay? Call them. 954-966-4646. Their offices are in Hollywood. They service all of South Florida, and they even have an office in the Keys. So for our friends in Monroe County, you got issues down there, make sure you call the great people at Welton Rayom and tell them that Big O sent you. They will kick ass for you. 954-966-4646. Let's go. Let's talk to Alan Poupart, baby, our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, time to get insight on your favorite team with your favorite reporter with an Expos hat. Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart in our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on a Big O radio show.
All righty. What's up, dude? How you doing? How you feeling?
I'm doing great. How you doing? Long time no talk.
Yes, sir. Long time. How was birthday week?
Great. Fabulous time.
Great.
Always enjoyable time at Universal.
Did you get a tie?
Did I get a tie?
Yeah, like a really boring present, like a tie? Or did
No.
they actually give you a good present?
Their presents was my present, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Okay. Their present was your present to them on a vacation. I got you.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, that's that's what a selfless father is supposed to do. It's really not about us. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
So you are correct. You're a good dad. Nice job by you, sir.
And I'd rather have that than a tie, to be very honest with you.
Yeah, no, that's true. Actually, it's way more satisfying actually than a tie.
Not a tie wearing guy. I'm not a tie wearing guy anyway. So.
Yeah, no, and that was cool. I met your family and your kids, so I'm sure you guys had some fun. So yesterday, the coach addresses the media in the owners' meetings, and I got to tell you something. I basically got sexually aroused yesterday. He says we didn't run the ball because running backs didn't run the ball well. We didn't run the ball well in games that we were overly injured, or some games I just didn't call enough runs. I got to tell you something. That right there, that got me sexually aroused. I loved it because that was a man that was able to take self-inventory of what went on, and he's going to be critical of himself and going to be and by the way, I talked about this before you came on. The fact that you bring in a Fangio, the fact that you bring in a Darren Bevel, the fact that you're willing to bring in coaches that have more experience than you, have been there and back more than you have, can actually teach you, that you're willing to learn from people like that. And, it was the opposite thing from Flo. Flo kind of wanted, yes men around him pretty much. So this tells me that this is a guy that is not, ego driven completely, that he is willing to learn. And that quote to me was a money quote yesterday. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm going to start by defending Flo because you keep taking shots at him, and I'm going to try to be fair. He brought in Changeli, who's certainly not a young guy.
Actually, he did.
And no, I like this quote too, and kind of sounds like somebody who wears an Expos hat and covers the Dolphins has said for a while, that the issue wasn't so much about the quality of the running backs.
We both said that.
As to the fact that they just didn't stick with it. And Mike McDaniel, we know, is a very sharp guy. Let's not kid ourselves. He has an ego, because you can't be an NFL coach if you don't have an ego. But it's not out of control. He is humble enough to understand there's certain things I can do better, and one of those is not defer to the passing. And let's be honest, it's very tempting to defer to the passing game when you got those two freak speedsters outside. Yeah. I mean, it's very tempting. I mean, I saw a clip that was played, and it's Mike McDaniel talking to somebody else in his headset, basically saying, "How about we throw in every single down on this drive?" And so you get the fascination, but at some point, yeah. And I did. By the way, yesterday.
Years ago, we had the opposite. Years ago, Dave Wanstead used to scream into the mic, "All right, fellas, we've crossed the 35-yard line. We're in field goal range. Let's be careful now." And Norv Turner and everybody else listen is like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, this guy's thinking already about field goals, and we haven't even And so we used to have the other extreme, by the way. So,
no, that's true.
And by the way, that is a true story for those of you out there. That Dave Wanstead, when you cross a certain part of the field, "All right, guys, we've crossed. We're in field goal range. Let's make sure we take care of the ball." So that was like automatic with Dave Wanstead.
And also, in his defense, since I'm like just the great defender here. In his defense, he was playing in a different era, where it wasn't lights out the way it is now, and his shtick was. Oh, that's your Wanstead impersonation.
Putting his fingers through his hair. That's all it was.
His shtick was, or his thing was, we're going to win with defense and the running game. And at a time, he had Ricky Williams, and his quarterback was Jay Fiedler, who was kind of, let's say, serviceable at best, and he had a really good defense. So he was playing to his strengths.
Wait a minute, you forgot his slogan. It's not a crime to punt.
It's not a crime to punt. I agree. Okay, one last thing on the McDaniel comment. I wrote a story on alldolphins.com yesterday where I pointed out that if you're looking, like, the Dolphins were were 25th in rushing in the NFL last year. Yeah, but they were also next to last in rushing attempts. And if you look at yards per carry, Jeff Wilson combined with the San Francisco and Miami days was 4.9. Raheem Mostert was 4.9. And those two, that was tied for 7th among NFL running backs last year.
Why did you just throw in Ahmed?
Ahmed didn't have that many carries. That's why I didn't throw him in there.
My point is, he royally kicked ass every time he played, is my point.
Correct. But he had like 30 carries. So in very, very limited duty, he also was very impressive. So the issue, and I understand,
the entire running game was limited, just like, poor Ahmed. That's my point, is like, this is why I say stats. Jimmy had a great line. Since we're all quoting and going after all our ex-coaches here, stats are for losers, because as you know, because you're a pro, you can grab stats and spin them both ways if you want. If you want to make a negative article, you can grab the stats that make the negative article, and then I can grab the stats and make the positive article, which is what you just did, right? Oh, well, they were one of the worst. Well, dude, they were one of the worst because they didn't run the ball enough. When they didn't average 2 yards a carry, they averaged 4.5 yards a carry. What they had to do was run the ball more. Did you watch the games? Because that's always my problem with people. Do you watch the games? Because if you watch the games, there were several moments where Mike McDaniel abandoned the running game, and you're like, yo, bro, come on, what are you doing? And that's why that quote yesterday for me was the money quote of all, because that tells me again that this is the right dude, that he's willing to learn and grow from all these kind of things, because none of us are perfect. We're all going to make a crap ton of mistakes in whatever we do. But bro, if we don't learn from our mistakes, then, we're dead. We're done.
That's how you grow as a coach. No, the one that always sticks out in my mind was at Buffalo, the Saturday night game. It was in the first quarter. They had like a 3rd and 1 from maybe the Buffalo 14-yard line, and they went to throw.
7 yards a carry they were averaging in that game.
Yep.
Okay.
And they tried to throw on 3rd and 1 and wound up, I don't remember if it was an incomplete pass or a sack or whatever, and they had to settle for a field goal. And I'm going crazy saying, why are you not running the ball?
Right. We were all doing that. I think every Dolphin fan pretty much, because, Dolphin fans are like, we've watched the good years have been, it's Jay Ajayi, it's Ricky Williams, it's Smith, out of the few good years you've had, Ronnie Brown and the Wildcat, the only few good years you've had, they're all tied to a running back. They're all tied to a running game. And so now you've got a great passing game. Oh, my God. Can you imagine if you actually add a real running game to a great passing game? And if you had a pass-catching tight end? Wow, holy shit, you might have what they have in San Francisco.
If you match their defense, because their defense is completely sick.
No, I'm just talking about the balance of their offense.
I understand that. And again, to me, what makes their offense special is the speed outside. And because of that, it always should tilt more towards the passing game, but it should not be as skewed as it was last year.
Right. I got no problem with that, dude. I have zero issues with that. The greatest show on turf skewed to the passing game, but you had to feature Marshall Faulk, dude, because it's Marshall Faulk.
Exactly.
Yeah. Shit, man.
Yeah.
So, all right. The DeSean Elliott thing. Is it just for me? Look, it's just, I know it was a knuckleheaded move on his part, all of that stuff. The one thing that I did say this morning is what the one thing that now the coaching staff, the front office, his teammates, fans, media, now you're on double secret probation because, okay, dude, you had zero awareness of what's gone on here the last couple of years. And here you are with the kerosene, just like igniting a fire again. And it's just like no need for it. So the only question I have now for DeSean Elliott from here on out is this an aberration or are you a knucklehead? That's the only thing I need to find out now, because then you'll find out he won't be here very long if he's into doing stupid things, saying stupid things. Although from what I've looked back, that's not really his track record. So I'm hoping that this is just an aberration where he had a total brain fart and didn't realize what he was really doing at that moment. I don't know.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think he never thought for half a second about Tua. It was just a reflex. I played with Lamar for 3 years in Baltimore. Right, I love the guy come to the Dolphins. Again, without thinking, oh, they already have a quarterback. They picked up the 5th-year option. They keep saying he's a starter. Maybe I shouldn't go there. It just didn't dawn on him. And then all of a sudden, once he saw the backlash, it was like, oh, yeah. And then he deleted the tweet. I don't think there was any malice involved. I don't think it was a shot. I don't think he was saying.
No, I don't think so either. I agree with that part.
I don't think he was saying I want Lamar over Tua. I think it was just Lamar's my guy, and didn't think
blinded
about
at that
anything
moment
else.
by his friendship. Right. Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
No, and I've seen some fans like say, "Oh, they need to cut him immediately." Like, dude, simmer down.
They're not going to cut him for that, but you got to have a conversation with them. Like, yo, dude, come on, let's go, wake up. I would hope his agent had that conversation with him. Like, do you know where you're at? Have you seen the hell that they've gone through with all this crap? What are you doing? Like, you can't do that, DeSean,
Well, it's also entirely possible that it was either the agent or somebody from the team who got to him quickly and told him, take down that tweet.
Right.
Right. And then the part I didn't like, but then he tried to like double downplay it off, saying, I was just kidding and all that. It's not fair.
That part. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I think I might have left it alone there after that.
Right, exactly. That's what I said. Yeah, like what you need to do is just apologize. Say, hey, I did something stupid. I was just looking out for a friend of mine. I was caught in the moment. I meant no disrespect to Tua, this, that. If I'm him, I go over to Nick Hicks where he's working out and just film a video with Tua and show some love and say, hey, man, I love this guy. He's my quarterback. I was just looking out for a friend. I didn't mean any disrespect to my guy Tua, and that's it, or something.
I agree.
Now here's the thing with DeSean Elliott. Now, you, the entire media base, myself, fans, okay. Now he will be under a microscope, and so if he doesn't play well, people are going to bring it up a little bit more than they normally would have now, because you've kind of put yourself in that microscope now. Unfortunately, this is the picture he's painted, unfortunately.
No, see, for me, my microscope's going to be on his Twitter account. I'm not going to judge him more harshly now he's got to be perfect because he did that. No, but I'm going to watch what he tweets to make sure that it was like a one-time, faux pas, as my French.
I look back at his history. There really isn't anything like this. This is not really him. Normally. Okay, so at least from what I look back on the history, there really isn't a track record of him saying a whole bunch of knuckleheaded stuff or things like that. That's why I told you that I think it's a one-off, that I think he was just trying to, support his friend, and then he got caught in the moment and didn't realize, I'm on another team with another quarterback. Like, what the hell am I, So I think it was just a brain fart moment. He did something really, really stupid. And we all do it, by the way. We're all guilty of doing stupid things every once in a while that we don't realize it. I just ate a hot dog on a DQ on the road and was throwing up for 5 days.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
That's incredibly stupid. But I'm aware that I was stupid, and it was a ridiculous move on my part. But what are you going to do?
No, but this is a thing where he spent 3 years with Lamar Jackson. He's been with the Dolphins for a week and a half. So. Right. I'm willing to cut him some slack that it was a brain fart, but again, let's not have anything like that happen again. That's not his pattern. From what I talked to people in Detroit, he's a very good locker room guy, great teammate. Yeah. So I have no reason.
Yeah. Well, I look back, I Googled all his stuff to see, and it's not part of his track record. So let's hope that it's something. But now again, he's on double secret probation. By a lot of people now, that's just the way he's going to have to live before he kind of gets through all of this. All right, the other thing, which had nothing to do with DeSean, but I guess he had to kind of reiterate the whole thing on the 5th-year option with Tua. And I don't know why everybody needs so many assurances that they, and I get that we live the Nick Saban, I'm not going to be the Alabama coach thing, but it's a shame that we treat these guys all like liars.
Again, but part of it is it's kind of the position they're in, and sometimes they say things that they have to say publicly, even though in the background they're doing stuff to maybe counter that move. My only thing with the 5th-year option is there's zero advantage other than publicity and appearances to doing it now, because I hate to be that guy, but if something disastrous happens, car accident or something like that, I understand that. Again, what did you have to gain by doing it now? The deadline's not until May 2nd.
Oh yeah, no, there was a lot.
And they had already.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. The whole thing has been about doubt. The whole thing has been about questions. The whole thing has been about negative narratives. Brother, they're trying to crush it. They've been trying to crush it from the get-go, and yet the media won't let it go. Some fans won't let it go. No, the guys in the front office have been committed to the kid from the get-go.
Correct.
Okay? You and I have had this argument a whole bunch of times. The Watson stuff came from the coach. The Brady stuff
and the
came
owner.
from the owners. It did not come from Reggie McKenzie or Marvin Allen or Chris Greer. And McDaniel has been committed to this kid since he got here. They've been trying to tell you that they want Tua. So to end the whole damn offseason without, because if you don't give him the 5th-year option and it's lingering out there, we've got Josina Anderson every week having him traded to every other team and that they're moving for Lamar Jackson when it's inaccurate. So the idea was, hey guys, ladies and gentlemen, here's Tua. He's our quarterback. We're committed. Enough with the bullshit already. Yet the bullshit.
Then what? Then why don't you just say that instead of actually applying the 5th-year option? Which, by the way,
because then you'll write that you're not committed if you don't give him the option, bro. That's what you'll counter with.
Let me make my point. Okay, you can go ahead. You can have the same argument saying publicly, we're not going to officially do it, but stop asking us. We are going to give Tua the 5th-year option. We do. Can I finish, please? Without officially doing it, we are going to give him the 5th-year option, because here's the flip side. Hate to break it to you, but if the Dolphins were planning on trading Tua, having him sign that 5th-year option actually makes him more tradable, because when acquiring team would have him under control for the next 2 years. So if you're trying to squash, completely eliminate the trade idea, it's not picking up the 5th-year option that does it. Okay, it's them saying over and over again, we are not trading Tua. This is our guy. That can be done verbally without officially doing the 5th-year option a month and a half before they have to do it.
It cannot be done because the media will continue to write, well, you see, they say they're going to give it because, again, I just told you this a couple minutes ago. We treat them all like liars, and that's all you're going to do. Well, they say they're going to give it to them, but if somebody comes up with a deal that they like, they're going to go and move for him and move Tua away. That's what would happen. They were trying to end it all by saying, this is our guy. It's over. Stop reporting. Stop saying this. And all these reports have been wrong every single time because it just doesn't end up happening. You know what I mean? I mean, come on.
Big O, do you not understand that actually it makes him, the fact that he does have the 5th-year option makes him more attractive for another team to trade for? Do you not understand that? You know what I'm hearing?
You know what I'm hearing?
What are you hearing?
There you go. That's what I'm hearing. The same bullshit. One way or the other, media's going to spin it like they're trying, and they have not talked about trading him. See, you're already going to an extreme that they're not going.
I am not.
And I am just about that by signing him now there's a deceiving way of, oh, well, now he's more attractive to trade. No, dude. They signed him because they're committed to him. They want him to be their quarterback. They're not trying to trade him, Alan.
And point, you're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. You're not getting my point. I am not saying they're looking to trade him. I am saying the fact that they have exercised a 5th-year option officially does not change the fact that it's a possibility if somebody wants to throw it out there. I'm not saying that they will.
But again, you're not understanding my point. You just called him a liar again.
Didn't call him a liar.
Yes, you did. Because that's not an option. That's not an option, Alex.
I'm not saying they're doing it. You're saying
option, my friend.
I am just saying
Tagovailoa is the quarterback. End of story. They're not trading him. They're not signing him to a fifth-year option to trade him, Alan. That's the problem. You just keep helping, and you're fueling my argument, my man.
No, you're being. I'm sorry, but you're being dense and not understanding my argument. I am not telling you that they're going to trade him. I don't believe they're going to trade him for a second. That's not going to stop the speculation. I'll give you evidence of this.
But there's no speculation.
I can't make a point with you, dude. Dude, I can't make a point with you.
No, you are. Go ahead.
Dude. Again, I'm trying to do this. I'm going to try to stay calm because you're not letting me make my point. I am not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that just exercising the fifth-year option does not shut down all of the talk that could be outside, more so than their words. Either you're going to believe their words or I happen to believe their words. Tua was their quarterback in 2023. I'm not the only media member out there. And if you think that just by exercising the 50-year option, it's going to completely shut down any of that talk, I think you're wrong. I'll give you an example. The betting odds on Lamar Jackson's new team came out Monday, I believe it was. And guess what? The Dolphins were fourth. This is days after they exercised the 50-year option. So some odds makers, which you can dismiss all you want, but generally they have, let's say, a modicum a base of knowledge, are still having it out there. And I am telling you, no, I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense to trade for Lamar Jackson. I've told you this before.
Alan, you're not a gambler, right?
No, but I look at odds. I'm not a gambler.
No, but do you understand how odds are made?
I do understand how odds are made.
Okay, and odds are made, my friend, by
public perception.
By exactly. So Vegas knows there's a lot of stupid people that are still believing the Dolphin stuff, so they can steal their money. That's the only reason that odd is there, my friends. They know that there's a lot of stupid people that are still buying it, and that's why. We have stupid people that, they do vote in Marjorie Taylor Greene. We have stupid people. There's a lot of stupid people.
We're in agreement there.
And so in Las Vegas, they know there's a lot of stupid people. So it has nothing to do with them actually even thinking that Miami's an option. It's just they know there's a lot of stupid people that think Miami is an option, so they will steal their money. That's all it is, bro. They're playing both sides. It has nothing to do with actual information that they're trading him or they're making a move for another quarterback or any of that. And that's, to me, my entire point. That no matter what anybody does, they're going to try to make them look like liars, when all they've ever done from the get-go here in this offseason is tell you that they're committed to the guy, and then all we have are people in the media with misinformation on a consistent basis.
My point was that exercising the fifth-year option does not do anything in terms of cementing to a spot as a starter, more so than Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel telling you over and over again, Tua is our guy.
I disagree. I think giving him the fifth-year option is a commitment already into next year. So I think it makes it even harder to make that trade at that point now. Because once you've made that commitment, what is there to do? Can you imagine trading him now? Like, you will never be believed in anything you ever say again. At all.
It's because of what they said, not because they exercised the 50-year option. Again, a month and a half before they actually had to do it.
And that's supposed to be like a positive sign. And then people are going to spin it into what you're saying now. Well, no, they can still question it. But this is kind of like showing you we're committed to the guy. And there's nothing they can say that they can ever be believed. It's amazing.
But here's the other thing too. Okay, at the combine last year, Chris, are you going to what are your thoughts on the 50-year option with Christian Wilkins? Are you going to do it? Yeah, we're going to evaluate things, but we'll probably pick it up this year. Chris at the combine, and then they picked up his 50-year option. I believe it was April 28th or April 29th. Okay. This year, Chris, are you picking up the 50-year? Well, there are a lot of things we got to evaluate and all that. Never anything as strong as they did with Christian Wilkins, and then they pick up the 50-year option on March 20th or 21st, whatever it was. My whole point was there was no need to actually do it beyond their words. If they do wind up trading Tua, which again I don't believe is going to happen, So anybody out there, no, Tua is going to be the starter in 2023. I don't believe they're going to trade him, nor should they trade him for Lamar Jackson. Again, they're going to be, you're talking about they will be made liars, but because they exercise the 5th-year option. No, they're going to be made liars because they have said all along that Tua's our guy.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't think the 5th-year option adds anything to the commitment that they had already shown. Doing it this early, I get it. And we went back and forth on the 5th-year option. I get it doing it April 28th, April 29th. This was like the 8th 5th-year option the Dolphins have picked up since it got into the CBA in 2011. It's a month earlier than any other one. Now, and I understand the other players.
Quarterback.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's a quarterback, and he's a guy who looks like obviously the best quarterback during that time because the other one was Ryan Tannehill. But still.
All right. So what's next? What's happening? Because everything's gone cold. What are we waiting for here? What's who's holding out? What's the next
an interesting
target
question.
of free agency?
Well, the two big things that stick out like a sore thumb right now are right tackle and tight end.
Are you convinced more than ever that it's the draft that's going to solve that?
Well, that's the thing. I'm thinking, especially more so for a tight end. I think, and it's a ridiculously loaded year for tight ends. They can get a really good player in the second round who could come in and be the best tight end on their roster. Because right now they have Eric Sobert, Durham Smythe, and Tanner Connor, who are, let's say, serviceable.
Hey, by the way, I saw some dude put together a little video of Sobert blocking. He does a pretty good job blocking, bro.
Yeah, he's Durham Smythe-like. That's
right,
what kind of tight end you're getting.
Yeah. But I did not know that he was, he's actually a solid blocker. So that's a good thing, man.
Yeah, and I'm still thinking free agency for a right tackle, whether it be Brandon Shell, George Fant, Billy Turner, who I would love because I like him as a guy. He's a very interesting dude.
By the way, I get a note here from the great Sean Stanley. In 2016, first-round pick Laramie Tunsil was traded to the Houston Texans in a mega deal in September of 2019, 4 months after the Dolphins had exercised their 5th-year option for 2020.
Was he trying to say Tua's going to get traded in September? Is that what he's trying to say?
No. Well, yeah, he could if they keep. Hey, we'll give you a first. Hey, we'll give you a 2 first. Hey, we'll give you 2 first and a second. Hey, we'll give you 2 first, a second, and we'll take a player, a $9 million player off your roster. At that point,
I had no problem with it.
They weren't ever trading Laramie Tunsil.
Correct.
But at that point, anybody is up for sale, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it gets to a point where you can't tell Bill O'Brien. You can't tell Bill O'Brien no anymore once he tells you, no, I'll take Stills off your roster also. So you're giving me 2 1s, a 2, and you're going to take Stills. Yeah, let's do it, bro. We love Laramie, but not that much. Didn't Laramie tell Chris Greer I would have traded me too?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I love that trade. Everything they did in the rebuild in terms of the trades was good, except I didn't like the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade, but that was a different story.
Well, but that was out of his control too. When the coach and the player can't get along.
No, correct.
But dude, to answer back with Javon Holland, that's some shit, bro. Like that's some shit. Like that's legendary stuff. Like front offices don't do that normally. You just don't find one of the 5 young best safeties in the league and then go draft another guy that's going to be in the top 5 of the young best safeties in the league. That's just that's not normal.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there, except that Javon's got to show us this year because I think we've used the term like rising star, emerging star with him. I want to see it this year.
I felt bad for him last year. He was playing that what's that? The chaperone role almost.
A little bit.
I think this year he has 8+ interceptions. Okay.
No, but that's why I said I want to see that big step up this year.
Bank it because you're not going to be challenging the outsides nearly as much. If X comes back healthy, then I expect to see X again. And plus with Jalen here, that will motivate X to be the best he can be. So you're not going to attack the edges. You're going to attack the middle of the field. And so then now Javon Holland has less of an area to cover. Oh, my God. I just think he's going to have a Pro Bowl season. I think he's going to have an all-pro season. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Forget Pro Bowl.
No,
all-pro season this year, Javon Holland.
I have very high expectations for him as well.
Oh, God.
I want to see it. Okay, let me rephrase it. When I said I want to see it this year, it's like I'll be very, very disappointed if that guy's not a complete stud in 2023.
I agree.
Better? That's better phrased.
Yes, no, it's perfectly phrased.
Okay.
Follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL. Catch his work there at Sports Illustrated, alldolphins.com. Lock it in. What are you working on there so folks can check you out?
Tua story coming up. We have something on the offensive line and something on the AFC East and the new challenge and Mike McDaniel's thoughts about playing in what could be one of the best divisions in the NFL in 2023. Actually, it was at one point the best division in the NFL in 2022 until the Jets and the Patriots went like this.
Yep, exactly. And it will be this year, no doubt about that. All right, follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL. Thank you, Alan. As always, we'll catch up later in the week, my friend. Appreciate you.
Be good.
Thank you, sir. There you go. EJD Construction. Call Eric right now. Dade and Broward counties only. 305-433-4843. A lot of you have been calling, man. Whether you need to upgrade your roof now, to renew your policy for your hurricane insurance. And listen, fully insured liability and workers' comp. So they are locked in. Everybody that steps on your property is fully insured. Whatever it is you need to do, custom home construction, major home remodeling, shell construction in-house, that's how they keep the costs down, folks. They've been at this for over 20 years. They've got a AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you live in Dade or Broward County, whatever it is you need to do, home, condo, business, whatever, you need to build, extend a new roof, you need to add an addition to your property. Maybe you want to build an efficiency on your property. Actually, we had a listener last year build an efficiency on their property in order to rent it out because, a lot of Airbnb and that kind of stuff. So, people are doing things like that. Call EJD Construction. That's a great way to make money long-term. Have somebody else pay for your mortgage. 305-433-4843. And I also encourage you to go to their Instagram page at EJD Construction so you can see a lot of the work that they do. And they do something really cool. They've got an app for you. So when you're a customer, every day you can go on your app and there are pictures taken of the progress that's being made every single day. It's freaking cool, man. EJDconstruction.com. Call Eric. Dade and Broward counties only. 305-433-4843.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. For additions, home remodeling, and custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is your custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
All right. So how's the market doing right now? How's my crypto doing right now? Get back over 27. Are we back over 27? 26,985 right there. Right there. Little dip in the market. That's what you take advantage of. You take advantage of those dips. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. And remember, you can also send a Bitcoin donation. We love it there because we get 100% of the donation there. We love it on YouTube also, but they only give us 70. YouTube takes 30. So, and don't forget, please, to smash the hell out of the like button here in hour number 2 and send that message out, get the algorithms going so more people can find our show. Appreciate you all out there. Gotti, 4453 on the super chat. He says, Big O and Sean, just a thank you for all you do and help make my workday go so faster. Best in the business. Looking forward to our guy Tua lighting it up this year. I'm with you, Gotti, and thank you for being a corporate time-stealing weasel, as the great Jim Mandich would say, listening to us during work. We love that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you immensely. True Fin fan again chimes in on the super chat. Third one of the day. You are amazing, sir. Says favorite part of the show, Big O and Alan. There you go. There you go. But it's funny, right? How they no matter what, you're going to be spun like a liar if you're the head coach. And he kind of helped me out with that. Well, if you pick up the fifth-year option, you're still a lot. It's like, yeah, you can't win for crap, dude. It's just ridiculous. You're trying to tell people what you're doing, and here's the problem too, and this goes on all throughout the country. There's a lot of people that still don't understand that what's it called? Flo's the one that wanted the quarterback, Deshaun Watson. It wasn't Chris Grier. Okay? And Chris Grier, for as much as some people might think, well, he's going to defer to his coach, and no, dude, he took Tua. And Chris Grier wanted Jordan Love. So Chris Grier took Tua, and he was committed to Tua. And this guy never liked Tua, and that's why he wanted to trade for Deshaun Watson. You know, the guy that tells us he wants people of character around him, Flo. And then the Tom Brady stuff came from Bruce Beal, who then told Stephen Ross, his partner, and convinced him that they can go, and then that's where this whole mess was. And it wasn't that Flo was Brady, because once Flo found out about the meeting, he didn't want any part in it. So you had Flo with his own agenda, you had the owners with their own agenda, and then you had the three, the general manager and the two directors of scouting. They're the ones committed to their quarterback, but they're getting cock-blocked because the owner can do whatever the hell he wants. He owns the team. And then you've got the head coach that you hired. Well, you're already at odds with him over several things over the last couple of years, including Tua, and he's going against you because he has his agenda. Because you can't tell Flo he's wrong either. Flo and DeSantis are two guys you can't tell them they're wrong. They don't want to hear it. And that's the problem we have here. That the part that people don't understand is that the front office has always been dedicated to Tua. It's the other things that have happened. And that's why you'll hear people around that cover the NFL or whatever, or insiders or talking heads, and well, they weren't committed to him because they were trying to trade. No, wait a minute. They were committed to him. The problem is it was the owner and the last head coach that they were the ones that weren't committed to him, and they were willing to go in other directions, like shitty organizations do, that they pivot and change at every moment and everything that does, and they don't stay the course, and they don't know how to actually, win, because bad organizations are constantly changing directions, and they don't have a plan in place. But the problem is, if you put the football people in place, you've got to allow them to actually do their job. And it just doesn't happen overnight. And listen, right now, what cannot be argued is that the Dolphins are in the best direction they've been going in years. In well over 20 years. This is the best direction that the Miami Dolphins are going in. So let Chris Grier, let Reggie McKenzie and Marvin Allen do their thing. They know what the hell they're doing. Are they going to be absolutely perfect? No. But they're doing a much better job than anything that's been here for the last 25 years. Okay? Yeah, I'm throwing Jimmy Johnson in here too. Okay? This is better than anything that's going on with whoever's been here for the last 25 years since Shula. So let's move on. Big O, great interview as always with Alan. You guys are awesome. But man, Big O, the amount of hate that you are getting on Twitter because of that Elliott take, I think you're spot on about him. Alexander Rene Diaz, my man, I don't give a shit about that. I don't worry about any of that stuff. Okay? So they can all kiss my ass. Miami's D is stacked, and they got really good ESPN ratings last year. They were ranked third overall. Mahomes had a great year because he had a great line. Philly got to the Super Bowl because they had an O-line. Let's see. Listening at work, corporate stealers sound off. That's it, baby. Corporate time stealing weasels. CTSW. That's all you got to do. If you're a corporate time stealing weasel right now, CTSW on the chat board. Okay. If you're working and listening to us, I want to see a CTSW right now. I love it. Ross allowed all that nonsense. Guy is a joke. Yeah, he'll spend, but man, he does some stuff that is just completely stupid. Karen says, there's a saying I heard recently when it comes to mostly politics, but also sports, especially like Tua. It's easier to fool people than it is to convince them that they have been fooled. It's a very good line. I like that. I like that a lot. It's a good one, Karen. Flores cost us a great safety in Minka and almost cost us Tua. Yep. Jamie says, Big O, you are correct. No matter what the Finns do, there will be people trying to spin it one way or the other. That's what I was trying to tell Poupart. And then when he told me even picking up the fifth-year option doesn't do that, I'm like, okay, you just helped me out even more. If they give him a long-term contract, somebody say that will make him more tradable. Yeah, exactly, right? Won't they? Yeah, because that the second year or the fourth year, the money goes down and it's not as much. They'll come up with some rig or something about the contract that they can move him here, move him there. Yeah. John Doe says Dolphins can score at will. We will score 31 plus points away in a playoff game. Just need to clean up the defense. Well, that's already happening, baby. There we go. I'm seeing some CTSWs. Yeah. Ronald and Dan and G. Reed and Uber Beaner and Troy Ortiz and Adriel Heat. DDP One Rule. Isaiah is in there. Like it. Mike no-go zones. Yeah. So what does that mean, Mike? So are you like somewhere like in Egypt right now and working and listening to with Mike no-go zones? I never know where he's at. He could be anywhere in the world right now. He could be. By the way, Mike, are you going to go to Mexico? Don't go to Mexico. Okay. Don't go to any of those states that they got, Don't do that. The kidnapping stuff going on. Stay away from Mexico, Mike, please. We need you, bro. Oscar, Kyle Cockrell, Ian from Brooklyn, Nyborg. Boy, a lot of CTSWs. Now you know that's the saying. That now you know you don't have to put corporate time stealing weasel. You can just say CTSW. Good morning, everybody. Big O, my job encourages listening and even watching TV as long as your work gets done. It's boring. There you go. And Big O, these Finns fans are still on the Derrick Henry to Miami train. Oh, God, that's ridiculous. So stupid. Herman Cueva is in. Roderick, baby. Another CTSW with Lenny Pena. I like it. Although he erased it. But I got it already. I got it in. No CTSW. I work tonight, says Raging. Travis says John Wick 4 was incredible action movie. Highly recommended. John Wick also utilizes many of the same jiu-jitsu moves, that Tua is learning to avoid injury. That's actually what I was joking about on Twitter when I watched it on Saturday morning when I went to go see John Wick 4. Really enjoyed it. Really, really enjoyed it. Giovanni. Basketball Jones in the house. And Roderick says CTSW and dang proud of it. I love that. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on a second. Got to reply. Okay. All righty. We will have Manny a little bit after 11:30. He's running a little late, so we will accommodate him like we always do. It's not a big deal at all. Mike McDaniel yesterday, when asked, because again, it's all about being a liar, right? Well, no, you guys were going after Brady and you're going after DeSean. No, they weren't, but whatever. You want to spin it that way. They've been committed to the kid. So they pick up the fifth-year option. And he was asked yesterday about, picking up the fifth-year option and all that kind of stuff with Tua and, Lamar Jackson, all that kind of crap that was going on. Not that they mentioned Lamar Jackson to him. But when asked about the fifth-year option, he says, that's why you pick up the fifth-year option. That's why, that's how you do it. That's why you pick up the option as soon as you know you're going to. So to kind of, as opposed to speaking, having an action speak to really squash any of that unnecessary direction or chatter. So he's telling you that he needs to squash it, right? But Alan reminds us that it doesn't matter if they pick up the fifth-year option because then they'll spin it that they can trade him with it. It's just hilarious. It really is, because they really don't sit there and just lie to you all the time. They don't. You know what I mean? Now, will he give you coach speak and BS during the season about a playing time, this, that? Yeah, of course. But on the commitment to Tua, that guy's been Mr. Tua since he got here. Nobody has been more encouraged about being around Tua than Mike McDaniel. And then there's his quote. There's the commitment from Chris Greer. And yet, as our man Alan Poupart just told us, they'll still be spun as liars that they're trying to make a move and this and that and all that. And yesterday, this stuff goes on, and I have you all sending me stuff about them trying to trade for Lamar Jackson. I'm like, what is wrong with you people? Nobody trading for Lamar Jackson. There's no sources, no nothing. It's just a stupid comment, unfortunately, by a safety that made a boneheaded move on his part. And that's it. It dies there. There's nothing more to it. There has never been anything to Lamar Jackson coming to Miami. Ever. At no point. But they'll keep spinning it and calling them liars. It's really not fair, because if you don't have that track record, then you shouldn't be treated that way. If you have that track record, then okay, you should be treated that way. But that has not been the case, and they've proven that over and over and over again. Bitcoin at 27,000, holding strong, man. Still holding very strong considering everything that's gone on. XRP looking good. Is it making a move right now? Let me see what we got. Let me see if it's popping up on the crypto bubbles. Yeah, it's up 8.4%. Yep. Ripple is up 8.4%. Hex is down 9%. ApeCoin up 5.5%. Optimism up 3.5%. Kava up 5.5%. FLR, which is Flare. I don't know anything about Flare. I don't have Flare, but man, they are big winners right now. They are up 25%. Rocket Pool is also doing very well. They're up 14.9%. There you go. So market is a lot of the market is in green right now. Not big numbers in green, 2, 3, 4%, something like that. But overall, we got a green crypto market right now. Michael Fernandez says, good morning, Big O. Having el cafecito and tuned into the show. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you. Saludos, Orlando from Cigar Social Club. Number one in South Florida sports talk. Thank you. Jamie Lobo is a corporate time-stealing weasel. We love you, Jamie. Thank you. That is very nice. That is an honor, right? That if somebody is a corporate time-stealing weasel, they are at work and they are sacrificing by listening to you. That is strong. I am honored. That's for sure. That's some strong stuff when you do that. John Harbaugh, by the way, can I commend John Harbaugh? Can I give him props here on something very intelligent, very smart move? Okay. John Harbaugh could be frustrated with the entire Lamar Jackson situation. He could be. Does he show it? Never flinches. Not at one point does he ever flinch. Freaking genius. The Ravens feel like they've offered him something pretty fair, right? Probably maybe they lowballed him a little bit because they're dealing with him and the mom. But they probably think they're in the neighborhood, right? They're pretty close. And they want him back. But they also understand the market. And they love him so much. And I'm talking about John Harbaugh. That you're willing to let him go explore. Find out if you can get a better deal. It's not really a negative in a way. Because they're not signing another quarterback. They're not moving on. They're not saying, well, this guy's pissing us off and we got a plan just in case. John Harbaugh yesterday in the owners' meetings was, he's our guy. We're moving forward. I am planning. I can't wait to coach him. I love coaching him. I love the person. I love I just, you just listen to that soundbite and he is just talking about everything he loves about Lamar Jackson. And that is smart. Do you know why? Because that keeps the leverage. See, if you make it a situation where he's pissed, but now the team is pissed, and now you're at odds. And so now teams won't give you anything, teams won't offer anything, all that because you're at odds. So you have no shot at trading. Now, if you want somebody to do a contract, well, that's, the guaranteed part is probably what, Jim Irsay talked about it. Oh, he's getting traded to the Colts, people reported. Jim Irsay said, well, no, we're not making any moves for Lamar Jackson, and I don't like fully guaranteed contracts. So he's telling you right away, he's not going for what Lamar wants. But by John Harbaugh doing what he's doing, he's maintaining his love for Lamar. So nobody can come back and call it like a situation where you have two worlds at war. You don't. You only have one disgruntled player that is looking for his money and can't get his money yet, right? And you have an organization that is saying, hey, man, we want Lamar back. We're offering him a great deal. We love him so much, we're allowing him to go explore. Okay? Because that if he can find the deal he wants, well, then God bless him. We can match it, and then everybody's happy. But this is what we feel he's worth, and now we'll see on the open market what he's worth. This is part of the negotiations. There's nothing wrong with this. But at no point is he dissing Lamar. And I find that to be absolutely genius. John Harbaugh, I don't need to tell you guys, he's one of the 5 best coaches in the NFL. He has proven that over and over and over again. He handles adversity maybe better than any coach in the NFL I've seen in the last 10, 15 years. Seriously, he does a great job of handling adversity. And they've done a marvelous job of taking on this offense, which is limited because you've got a limited passer. But somehow or another, they embrace it, and they want to win this way. And his commitment to Lamar also sends a message to that entire locker room. Okay? You're not shitting on the best player on the team. You're not shitting on the franchise player. So you can't shit on him and then bring him back and say he's our guy. you're still putting him on the pedestal. I find it to be absolutely a blueprint that if any other team finds themselves in this position, you need to go back to 2022 and 2023 and see how the Ravens have handled this situation. This is all Lamar. Really. He's the one that's unsatisfied with his offer. So now he's the one that needs to go out and find another offer, like many other players have had to do. And we'll find out if his demands are not just unrealistic for the Ravens, but they're also unrealistic for the NFL. Because, brother, if you can win in this league, they will sign you. They are not going to haggle, wait. They will do whatever. Look what happened with Deshaun Watson. Okay? That Haslam idiot was convinced he could win, so he was willing to embarrass himself and his organization by giving that guy, the wrong character, a contract like that. I forgot who said it, that if, Charles Manson could help you win, the NFL would sign him. It's true. It's very true that they would sign him in a heartbeat. Okay. Bitcoin less shady than your, oh my God, Bitcoin is not shady at all. Banks are completely shady. Bitcoin is the most straight and arrow, up and up thing there is in the world. There's no asset that can go from 0 to 27,000 in 14 years. No asset does that in the world. Guys, there are YouTubers and NFL people all over the place wanting the Dolphins to bring. Yeah, but who gives a shit? Who cares about the YouTubers? They're just fans, bro. Hey, God bless all the YouTubers out there. Okay? God bless them all, talking sports and talking whatever and all that, but they're just fans. They're just YouTubers. They're not insiders. They have no insight. They know nobody in the NFL. They don't break any stories. Just look at the track record. That's all you got to do. Where's the track record? None. So why would you start believing some website, some fake account, some YouTuber, whatever, bro? Happens all the time. You guys send me this shit, and then what do I send you back? I say, who is this? Where's their legitimate connection? They have none. So why are you paying attention? So for that person that said that, let me see. Who said that? Jules, why are you listening to those idiots? They're just fans that know nothing. They're just guessing. That's all. That's all you need to know, bro. It's just really stupid to pay attention to people like that. All right, let's get to it, baby. University of Miami in the Final Four. The football team continues their offseason. Let's get to Manny Navarro and our Canesware Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canesware at Miami Fanware in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Canesware, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Canesware Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All right. You headed to Houston?
I wish, man. No trips to Houston. We got a bunch of national college basketball writers that'll be there, so no reason for me to go. I was here for the party though last night when they got in at 3 a.m.
You were there at 3 a.m?
I was there at 3 a.m. for Larinaga and all those guys, and got a video up. If you follow me on YouTube, you guys want to see Larinaga and the guys getting off the bus, I shot some video.
Really? I got to see that. That's what the hell? They made you go there at 3 a.m. to cover that?
No, I kind of wanted to do it. I never, I wanted to see what the experience would be like. I wanted to see the reception. There were 60 people out there, 60 students. I got a chance to hang out with some of those college kids. I felt like I was in college again for a minute, though.
Was there this smell of alcohol from all those students?
There was some. There was definitely some. It smelled a little bit like whiskey and rum all mixed together, brother.
Oh man! But hey, you know what? As much as I'm a sourpuss about today's college basketball, that the game is not nearly as impressive as it used to be when real stars were playing and all that kind of stuff. Real NBA stars. Real NBA Hall of Famers were playing in college basketball for 3 or 4 years. But I will say this. This is much more entertaining for everyone because everyone has a chance. Legitimately, it doesn't matter where your team is. If you have enough experience, the McDonald's All-Americans aren't littered in college basketball anymore. That's gone.
No.
So you legitimately have a chance in college basketball nowadays.
There quite literally isn't a McDonald's All-American in the Final Four this year. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, no, I know.
Tweeted that out. There was a stat. No, not a single one in the Final Four. It just shows you how anybody can make it.
Yeah, it's impressive. And no number ones, no number twos. And by the way, the Canes road to the Final Four. My God, dude, they have gone through a bitch of a schedule too in the last couple of rounds here, beating some of the top teams.
Yeah, toughest road to Houston, no doubt. And I thought, the game on Sunday, I thought they were cooked, man. When they were down 13 in the second half with 10 minutes to go, I thought, all right, this team is sort of maxed out, and Texas's talent's going to take over, and they're just going to ride off here. And kudos to Larinaga's crew, man. They weren't even knocking down threes. They ended up winning that game, just taking it to the hole and drawing fouls. And sometimes that's all you got to do.
Yep. No, I'm with you there. All right, so let's get to a little football. Recruiting wise, give me some news. What's the latest? Because I know Cristobal is always trying to reshape that roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've had a bunch of kids here in the past week. Last week was obviously spring break for a lot of students, high school students, my girls included, which is why I was on the show and at Disney World and Universal. So, but there were a lot of kids who swung by here, a lot of elite 5-star defensive linemen. David Stone from IMG Academy was one of them. They got a lot of them. Elijah Rushing, a kid out of the Phoenix, Arizona area. A lot of elite kids on campus visiting. The quarterback, Prentice Air Nolan, who I've talked about with you guys quite a bit, the top quarterback target. He's going to make an announcement on April 8th, but he's visiting a lot of different schools. He's at Texas A&M this week. I know he actually likes the offensive coordinator there. One of the few probably in all of college football that likes Bobby Petrino. But look, they've got one commitment right now. I was just talking with Gabby Urrutia of 247. I said, Gabby, are we close on any commitments in your mind? And he said, look, last year they were in a different position, right? They had 4 guys or 5 guys, I think, committed at this time last year. Some of them were local kids, the Washington brothers. One of them was an offensive lineman out of Baltimore. Miami's after a lot of big, heavy hitters. They're after a lot of 5- and 4-star kids. And I think the likelihood that they get a commitment probably won't happen until June or July in terms of the elite kids. You might get Air Nolan now in April. That might get the ball rolling a little bit when he makes his announcement. But I think for the most part, the fact that they're going after some major, major studs this cycle tells me that we may not see these commitments till June or July. And even then, it's hold your breath because they got to go out on the field and actually win and back it up and show those guys that they're coming to a good program.
And not get injured, too, at the same time. You wrote an article that kind of centers around the entire ACC and recruiting and where they get their talent from. So give us a little insight into Miami and what you've learned.
Well, with Miami, I mean, obviously the state of Florida, I mean, they use in-state talent more than anybody else in the ACC. And that whole series that I did every single conference. You can read it at The Athletic. I have SEC will be the last one that comes out Thursday. But, it's just a study on where everybody goes for their players. And for Miami, they've done a good job keeping some in-state talent home. The problem is the Alabamas and the Georgias of the world are the ones that come in here and get the best players, right? And that's what's got to change here under Mario. This last cycle, they got 3 top 100 players out of the state of Florida, which was an improvement over Manny Diaz and the previous staff. Manny Diaz's best class had 2 top 100 players. So, it's all about bringing in the best talent that you can year in and year out. Mario was just up here now talking about the scrimmage this past weekend and recruiting, and one of the topics that came up was the NFL draft. I've done a lot of NFL draft research as well. Miami's second in the ACC since 2018 in terms of draft picks. But then you look at the first rounders. They only had 2 first rounders over that time. You compare that to the rest of the country and some of the elite programs. It's just not on par with what other schools are doing over the last 5 years. So, that's part of what recruiting is all about, getting the guys that can come in here, the Francis Mauigoas of the world, the 5-star offensive tackle who grew up in American Samoa, and he's running with the first team now here in camp. Those are the first rounders. You look at this team right now, the seniors. I mean, outside of Tyler Van Dyke, I don't know that you have a guy who has first-round potential among the draft-eligible players. Keem Mesidor is a really nice player, but he's kind of a tweener when it comes to his size. Is he big enough to play on the edge? Is he big enough to be a first-round pick? Probably not. I think he's more of a day 2, day 3 type of guy. So, this draft with Will Mallory and Tyreek Stevenson, there's not going to be any first-rounders there. So,
No.
Miami has to get back to the days when they're cranking out first-rounders left and right, and that's what helps recruit the elite kids. And when you can show those draft results to the elite kids, that's what makes them buy in. They want to see you put guys in the NFL and get guys paid at the next level.
You think Mallory is early or late third day?
I think he's definitely a third day late guy. I think he's probably a 6th round, 5th round type of guy. It just depends on who likes him. I think he's going to be a good pro. I think he'll be a good pro. I think he'll be a productive pro. I mean, you look at Brevin Jordan, right? With the Houston Texans right now, I think he could be a Brevin Jordan type tight end, a guy who's the number 2 tight end on a team that's productive, that catches 5 touchdowns a year and makes some plays down the field. He's not Jeremy Shockey. He's not Jimmy Graham. He's not of that ilk, but he still is an NFL talent, and I think it's just a matter of finding the right fit.
Is he a soldier?
He's not a soldier like that. No.
Okay. All right. Just checking. Just checking. All right. What do you got going on in the Athletics so folks can check you out?
Well, look, like I said, thank you for teasing that series. I think the Pac-12 is going to be coming out tomorrow. SEC on Thursday. I've got some coverage here from UM. I'm here at practice today after missing all of last week being on vacation. So I'll be back out here covering practice. I have some videos up as well. You can follow all that stuff on Twitter when I tweet it out. Got to watch about 15 minutes today of guys. Again, individual drills, nothing serious. Mario talked a little bit about the scrimmage, some of the standouts. He was happy. He's really happy with Mauigoa's brother, by the way, the Washington State transfer who's playing middle linebacker for them in camp here. He bragged a lot about the way this guy's performing early on. Really good in pass coverage, which, in college football today, you need your linebackers to be able to cover with the way teams spread you out. And so I think, some good highlights from the first scrimmage. There'll be another one this coming Saturday. So a lot to read, a lot to write about here for me in the coming days.
Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Manny, as always, thank you, my brother. We'll catch up down the line later on in the week, my friend. Appreciate you.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
You got it. There you go. Canesware. Folks, got the Final Four. They got all kinds of stuff going on. Shirts, hats with Final Four and the Canes. Get on down to 2511 South University Drive in Davie. How about this? Get online right now. They'll get it mailed out right away. By today, Jeff will have it in the mail. You might have it within a couple days before Saturday. So go on to canesware.com. Remember, when you order over $99, you will get free shipping. It is freaking awesome. Take advantage. Get your Final Four gear now. And then later on, you can get your National Championship gear in another week. It's a beautiful thing. Canesware.com, 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Go see Brett, Jeff, all the amazing people out there at Canesware.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Canesware at Miami Fanware in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right. Lisa says always HCTSW unless it's a day I have to see clients. I get to watch on YouTube, but almost always listening. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it. Lamar will cost too much to get here, and McD is sold on Tua. Lamar isn't in the conversation. So it's ridiculous to even mention the Dolphins and Lamar Jackson in the same sentence. So if anybody's mentioning Lamar Jackson and the Dolphins in the same sentence, they're wasting their time. If any idiot out there is telling you that the Dolphins are trying to trade for Lamar Jackson, then you're a bigger moron for listening to that moron. Or those morons, shall I say, because, plenty of people just go on and get lazy and just throw shit out there because there's enough stupid people that will bite. But, a lot of you like to listen to trolls and shit like that bring nothing to the table except, complaining and bitching. Edward Thurston, more and more of these players are trying to rip off these teams and owners by trying to get fully guaranteed contracts than not play, a.k.a. Will Fuller and Byron Jones. Yes. And you know what? Edward Thurston Howe, sir. Fantastic point. Let's get to this. Let's get to this point now. Let's talk about these fully guaranteed contracts that they're trying to do. Hell no! Hell no! Football, no fully guaranteed contracts. What they've done with Kirk Cousins, stupid. What they did with Deshaun Watson, moronic. You don't give anybody in the NFL a fully guaranteed contract. You want to give them some guarantees? I get it. How's it working for the NBA? Huh? How's it going for the wussy ass NBA? Oh, I got load management. What a bunch of wussies in the NBA, dude. Seriously, you got months off, man. You're getting paid millions. And now these idiots are taking 15 and 20 games off. They got a hurt toenail or a fingernail, and they want to take the night off. It's a joke. How's that working out now? Because NBA fans are getting screwed all over the place. Like, you really have to have extra money that you don't really care about to go to an NBA game, because a quarter of the time, or maybe even 30-40% of the time, either stars on your team or the visiting team aren't going to play that night. Because we got constantly people taking it off, and they're fully guaranteed. So what do you think is next for football? If you go fully guaranteed, they're going to, oh, no, I got to take it off because it's fully guaranteed. You don't have to do shit for your money anymore. The rest of us, we're not fully guaranteed. Teachers got to go to work. You get sick, you'll have some sick days. You go over your sick days, you lose your pay. Millions miss work, they get no pay. So why aren't we guaranteeing the pilot his money or her money? Why aren't we just guaranteeing teachers their money? Oh, because you got to show up to actually earn it. Oh, shit, what a concept. But in basketball, you don't have to show up to earn your money anymore. In basketball, they don't give a shit if the fan is getting ripped off constantly night after night in the NBA. Every night you're ripping off people in the NBA because every night there's arenas where stars aren't playing. So what do you think is next for all this shit that people talk about with guaranteed contracts with football? Oh, because it's load management? Kiss my ass. You guaranteed their contracts. You know what comes with that? Laziness. And that's why we got Kyrie Irving going, oh, my God, there's a protest in France. I can't go to work today. I'm worried about the French people. They've got to wait to 65 now to get their money when they retire. My God, I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. And there's Kyrie Irving sitting out and getting guaranteed money. No load management. Just whatever crazy notion comes through his mind. I'm sorry. None of this flies with me, man. Load management, guaranteed contracts. You got to be the biggest freaking moron if you give Lamar Jackson a fully guaranteed contract. I am dying for that to happen, actually. Good for Lamar. He'll get his money, whatever. But I know what he is. He's a mediocre passer. He's not going to do anything for you in the playoffs anyway. But you go ahead and pay him. And he's going to get injured because he's got to run in order to be effective. I can't wait to see what a disaster that contract is going to be. I'm already enjoying what a disaster the Deshaun Watson contract is. But let's not kid ourselves that these football players will do the same shit everyone else is doing in the NBA. This ain't about load management. This is about getting guaranteed money, and I can do less for my guarantees. This is about laziness because that's what's infiltrated our entire country. We got laziness everywhere. How many Americans didn't work and just bummed off Trump and Biden for free money? Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm insulting some of you out there. But, there's a bunch of you, descarados, okay, that you really didn't need the money. And you could have worked, and you didn't. The disease of me, as Pat Riley would say in his book. Yeah, that's what it is. It's all over. It's infiltrated our entire society. And the NBA is full of a bunch of lazy bums. Stealing money, ripping off fans by not actually performing what you're being paid to do. You need time off? You got the off season, asshole. You need time off? You get a day or 2 or 3 during the week. Take your time off. Get rest. Don't go to the club. Don't get wasted. Whatever. I never heard Michael Jordan talk about load management. Even when he was in Vegas till 2 a.m, 3 a.m, playing cards, he went the next day to the game, showed up for everybody that paid tickets, and put 41 on your head. So this whole guaranteed contract stuff is a load of bullshit. An absolute load of bullshit. Okay? What NFL players want is they want guarantees so they can act like Kyrie Irving. That's what they want. They want guarantees so they don't have to do their job. The guarantees don't guarantee you that they're going to do their job. The guarantees guarantee you that they will not do their job on a consistent basis, that they will miss time. Why? Because the money's there. What used to happen to the NFL players? Remember back in the day, we'd have kids walk into the NFL and they were filthy rich. They were giving them 30, 40, 50, 60 million guaranteed. And you're like, this guy hasn't done jack shit. And you're giving him all this money. Where's the incentive to get better? Where's the incentive to be great? Doesn't exist. And that's what guarantees do. They eliminate your incentive to be the best that you can possibly be. They eliminate the incentive that you are committed to your team and you are required to play, just like the miner is required to go mine in that cave. Just like the lifeguard has to go every day to the beach and try to protect lives. Just like the Coast Guard, the police officer, the teacher, whoever, they're committed. They've got to get paid every day. You don't go, you don't keep your job. But in the NBA, I can take a day off whenever I want because my money's guaranteed and you can't do anything about it. And this is why the regular season for the NBA is the biggest joke it's ever. It was already a joke. Now it's an even bigger joke because you don't even know what teams are like because they're constantly having players taking time off. It's ridiculous. So when it gets to the NFL, this whole thing about guaranteed contracts, get the hell out of here, bro. I know exactly what you guys are trying to do, and it's the same crap that we're dealing with in the NBA. How about being a freaking professional? Like Larry Bird was, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was, like Wilt Chamberlain, who was banging 10 chicks at night and then scoring 50 on your head with 12 assists and 16 rebounds. I mean, whatever happened to that? That's how I grew up. Oh, you wanted to go out. I mean, you tell your dad, like you're 16 or 18 or 20, and you go out to party, and you wake up the next day and you're kind of hungover or whatever. You had a great time. But then you tell your dad, yeah, I'm not going to go to work. What? Now your boss, your dad. Sí. Quería salir ayer a joder. No, vas a trabajar ahora. That's my dad. Oh, so you wanted to go F around last night. You want to go to the club, right? Oh, so you wanted to go to Alexander. You wanted to get drunk. You want to go to back streets. Oh, okay. You want to do that. You want to go to Club Ovo in 1235, and now you're waking up after, and now you want to call in sick. No. You're not doing that. That's my house. I don't know about yours. That was my house. I didn't even get to call my boss to tell him I wasn't going to work. Tons of you have those parents. I know, because you grew up, if you're my age, you grew up old style. No. You hold up your end of the bargain. That's what your parents would tell you. No, you made a commitment. You told them you were going to help them. You were going to go to work. You're going to do your homework. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. That's just old school parents. Except my parents didn't do that about homework. But the other things, like basic stuff, and this is what they want. So don't try to kid me. Don't try to treat me like a 10-year-old and all that kind of stuff. I know what you're trying to do with your little guaranteed money. It ain't about load management, bro. Your load management don't mean shit to me in the NBA. Your load management don't mean shit to me in the NFL. You know what load management means to me? A teacher, a police officer. Okay? That's load management. A coal miner. That's load management. Okay? Somebody taking out the trash, a postman, a postwoman, whatever you want to call it. You know, people that work like 50 weeks a year for like 50 years. That's load management, bitch. Playing your sports, I get it. You don't come out right. You have your injuries. But, man, you make your money and you get to rest for the next 30 to 40 years if you feel like it, if you're smart enough and you took care of your money. The rest of us work for 50 or 60 years. We retire for a couple and die if we're lucky. Don't give me load management, bro, when there's a mom with 2 jobs and 3 kids and a husband, and she's got to work, and she's got to take care of the kids, and she's got to take care of the house. You want load management, you son of a bitch? That's load management. I'm so sick and tired of trying to build up sympathy for something that doesn't deserve your sympathy. Mothers deserve your sympathy. Teachers deserve your sympathy. NBA players, NFL players don't deserve your sympathy. Understanding? Yeah. Sympathy? No, dude. You got it way better than all of us do. You're going to make a lot of money in a short amount of time. You're not going to have to work for 50 years. You work for 5 or 10, you're retired forever. I don't get that option. I will never have that option. In fact, my career is now in 33 years, longer than any goddamn athlete. And I've been grinding, bitch, for years. And I'm going to have to still grind for several more years. So I know what this whole guaranteed contract crap is all about. It's where it's leading to. It's the same thing the rest of you have abused in the last 2 presidents. Laziness. It's a disease that, unfortunately, we're not going to eliminate in this country or in the world. All right. Don't forget to call our friends at Nature B. You want to have that energy like me? Get that Nature B. And right now, folks, 100-day supply for only $85. 85 cents a day for over 3 months. We're going to give you a free Manuka honey lip balm. All you got to do is go to natureb.com/Big O. I've been telling you about Nature B for over 21 years now, I think it is. Highlighting libido, boosting that immune system, which is my favorite thing. Extra energy, fuller hair, stronger nails, less stress, muscle recovery. I mean, the benefits of bee pollen is endless. You can look it up yourself so you can see all the benefits of bee pollen. And this comes from Clean Green, New Zealand. It's potentiated, which they break down the cells. That way, once you take it in, it gets into your system right away. What you're going to love about the capsules, too, go ahead and break any capsule you want off and try to taste the powder. Boy, you don't want to do that. That is some nasty stuff, right? But with Nature B, you can take that powder in, and it tastes great. Okay? Doesn't taste bad, which is just absolutely phenomenal because that's just not normal when that happens. Nature B, 100-day supply. Now you got to go to natureb.com/Big O so you can take advantage of the deal and the free honey, the Manuka honey lip balm, which you're going to love if you're in a dry or really cold area in the country. There you go, baby. natureb.com/Big O. Big O, you know about Alexander? I know about Alexander, bro. What's wrong with you? Come on, man. Of course I know about Alexander. And Mystique and Casanova and very, I'm all over the place. Limelight. I'm too young for Pete and Lenny's. I believe Limelight was Pete and Lenny's, right? I did go to Limelight, but not Pete and Lenny's. Pete and Lenny's was before my time. Just a little bit before my time. Not sure about Latino parents, GP Trap. My dad is English. He'd drag me out of bed and throw me down the steps. Exactly. I tell my dad I'm not going to work. Really? Why? What's wrong with you? You're walking. You're standing. You're in front of me. Why aren't you? What? Get the hell out. Get dressed. Get out of here. Right now. Go to work. Shit. John Rouse is in the house, says, don't get to see the great players when you go to an NBA game, and then they want to jack up the price of tickets of another 30, 40%. People are nuts to pay for that product. Yeah, the NBA is not something you pay for anymore. You go and get it on game day and make sure your players are playing. Seriously, that's how it goes. To buy tickets nowadays, it's insane. It's so disrespectful what NBA players are doing. Really is. Gordon says load management for most of us in the couple of weeks we get per year for vacation. By the time we take it, we are so tired, we don't want to leave the house. Amen. 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 Load management. You're going to tell a teacher load management. You're going to tell a mother load management. I mean, that's the most hilarious thing in my life that I could hear. Most of these NBA players and NFL players and NHL players and baseball players, a lot of them grew up with parents. A lot of them saw their moms work and balance job, family, and the house. You know how freaking hard that is? You know how special my wife is? She does the shit I could never do, bro. And I'm going to tell that woman to be, understanding of a basketball player that needs a night off when he gets months off. And that mother never takes off, and the family woman never takes off, and the house never takes off. And whatever job she has, maybe you have some vacation time, maybe you have some off time, but you still have all the other work. Give me a break, dude. I had to sell back my vacation time to get sick time. Well, God. Josh Hart says, that's what's up, Big O. You're an OG. Thank you, sir. That's very nice of you. Big O, well said. Every guaranteed salary or position only causes people not to care anymore about the work, about the grind. Got to stay motivated. You know what it is, Jamie? I'll give you the perfect example. And every one of us have experienced it because, I'd say 95% of us have experienced it. And this is human nature. Have you ever had a job that you turned in your 2 weeks? You ever notice what happens as the 2 weeks goes on? You're getting paid. It's guaranteed. But have you noticed that most people during those 2 weeks could care less and less and less and less about what they're doing? Right? Happens all the time. Guarantees. I'm already guaranteed. I'm leaving here. I'm gone in 2 weeks. I don't care. You'll even see an open attitude from that person at times. Oh yeah, I'm gone. Whatever. Other people tell you he or she don't care. They're gone in a couple days. Human nature. So that's what they want with guarantees. They want to be able to tell you, I don't want to play. And then what are you going to do? You can't do anything about it because you gave the guy a guaranteed contract. It's ridiculous. So, go somewhere else and cry about your little load management bullshit. I have no time to deal with your load management crap. Okay? I refuse to deal with that. Start watching hockey. That's those guys. The load management, those guys bring it every single night, bro. They are awesome. Hockey players are just amazing athletes, but also great people. Like they care about not letting down their teammate. I can't say that about that in all the other sports. Hockey still has that element through and through with most of their players that they will sell out for their teammates. And they will be embarrassed if they don't live up to that kind of standard. Hockey players are still cut out old school style. I can't say that about all the other sports. Load management for a cop or a teacher compared to an NBA player would be great SNL skit. Yeah, it would be. Perfect Q says, Tua ain't going to say it, but he now has someone in Elliott he can look to toast in practice every time they play. And I hope he toasts his ass left and right. I used to be nicknamed No Sleep at Work party at 4 a.m. and then be at work at 8 a.m. That's it, bro. That's it. I listen, I can't speak for every household. I don't know, what household you grew up in. But I'll tell you this, if I went effing around at night and my dad knew that I was out partying, he didn't care. He was cool about it. My dad was super cool about it. But everything had its place. And then the next day I woke up and I just decided that I didn't want to go. Oh my God. No, I couldn't do that. he'd lose his mind. You know? It's like, no, dude, you got my name. Get the hell out of here. Go to work. You're embarrassing me. You know, that kind of shit. Yeah. Different world, man. Some of us grew up in a completely different world than what we've got going on here. EJ Barro says you want full-throttled rants. Get your nature be. Seriously. I take it after workouts and I recover with a verve and a vigor that I can listen to for another hour. There you go. Thank you, EJ. Appreciate it. It's such a great product. It is a great product. Times have changed, not necessarily for the better in many instances. You are correct. You are correct. You are very right on that. Senators beat the Panthers 5-2. Can I tell you something that I would be guilty of? Okay. Some of you would be guilty of this too. I got to, listen, man, I'm far from perfect, but I can see myself doing this. Okay. And that is what an LSU student did on his campus. And I'm going to read this story for you because it's kind of a funny story, kind of harmless. It's wrong, totally wrong, but it's not like you're really hurting people or anything like that, but it's still kind of funny. And I could see myself being a part of this group. That's all I can say. Okay. Listen, 1 year in high school in Hialeah High, this is college at LSU, but at Hialeah High, okay, we went and bought a pig and greased up the pig. Okay. And then we were having a pepper rally. At Hialeah High, we would have the pepper rally in the middle of the school. Okay. And for those of you, if you think I'm lying or something like that, and if you go to Hialeah High or just went to Hialeah High or whatever, do a little digging and find out if it ever really happened. And so we went and released a oiled pig into the pepper rally, and the security guards had to, there wasn't a lot. It was a couple of teachers and maybe one security guard, I think, back in those days. And it wasn't really like in today's day. It was like almost a hall monitor or whatever. Anyway, they were chasing that oiled pig and trying to catch it, and it was hilarious. We also started a massive food fight in the cafeteria by unleashing a 10,000 cubic feet smoke bomb that we bought, an Army smoke bomb, and it was purple in honor of Prince and Purple Rain. Anyway, and I was, I'm part of those kind of things back in the day, so it's stuff like that. So I before I read this, I don't want to sound like, bad guys. I would never do that. And that kind. I could see myself being one of these idiots. An LSU student was arrested over the weekend for allegedly stealing beer from a campus football stadium. The LSU campus police caught a group of college-age males carrying cases of beer around at 3 a.m. You're broke. You're in college. You need some beer. I could totally see myself doing this. Sunday morning by Tiger Stadium. The men fled when they saw the officers approaching. The officers reviewed stadium footage that showed the same men loading the cases of beer into a black pickup truck. The officers tracked the truck to a campus dormitory residence and found the owner in the dorm. They asked for permission to search the room and found missing cases of beer. According to WBRZ, approximately $1,500 of beer was stolen. A 19-year-old student was arrested for alleged theft. Those kids sure went big with their theft attempt. Maybe if they kept a reasonable at case or two, they would have been fine. But $1,500 of beer, it's hard to imagine nobody noticing that. And it's probably wrong for me to laugh at it, but I have to admit, bro, I could see myself being part of that group. Guys, we got no money. We got a party. What do we got to do? Oh, let's go to the stadium. Let's get beer from there. See if we can get away with it. Now, in today's world, it's kind of crazy to do it because there's a digital imprint everywhere. If I was ever at LSU back in my day, we probably wouldn't have gotten caught because there's no cameras, there's no nothing in those days. But I saw that story and I go, I'm in college. I got to say, I might be one of those idiots. Honestly, okay? We got nearly 300 people on the chat board right now. Be honest. You're in college. Could you see yourself as being one of the guys that was part of this scheme? Right? I got to say, yeah. Yeah. Think about me whatever you want. Call me whatever you want. Low life, whatever. But I could see myself doing something stupid like that. Devin Jordan, thank you for the love on the super chat. Very nice of you, sir. Says Big O, prayers for the victims in Nashville. Yes, I talked about it earlier. Just devastating. And to hear that three of the victims were 9-year-olds, it's just obviously she had some demons from attending that school. We haven't heard the whole story yet, but there seems to be something involved there with that. GP Trap says, Big O, Dennis Green came to my dreams last night. The Panthers are what we thought they are. Such a disappointment. This might be worse than the Tom Rose situation in 2006. It is, actually, because they were really good last year, and it's almost like you were so desperate to change it that you completely effed everything up, and you threw everything, you threw the baby in the bathwater out. When you really only had to tweak, you went with such major changes with a new coach, a new coaching style. You got rid of a whole bunch of players, and it just kind of threw everything off that you wanted too much of a change in one offseason. And now there's no guarantee that you'll get back on track again now. That's the scary part. And then you're and as you know, they're kind of limited with some of the finances and things like that. So it's tough, dude. This is really disappointing because the offseason moves of the Panthers may have ruined their future. When maybe all you needed to do was make a move for Kachuk or something, and that's it. That's all I really wanted. Like, GP Trump, you watch the show all the time. I said, you got it. You can't have Huberdeau and Barkov as your top two guys. They're not, there's no dog there. You need a dog. And they went and got the dog in Kachuk. That's really all I wanted. Could you tweak maybe a defenseman or two to help out a little bit? Yeah, but to make the whole change, coaching, everything, I just thought that was an extreme. So I am with you. I mean, there are a few people in town that want to see the Panthers succeed more than you and I. And God, I'm so frustrated with it. What a shame. So yeah. Hialeah con una fría. Acere. There you go, Zeus. I love it. Big O, did you ever party at the Button South? Come on, bro. Button South in Hallandale. Button South. Penrod's. Yeah, man, all over. All those places. In Fort Lauderdale, are you kidding me? God. And the Strip back in those days, that was fun. We didn't do what these idiots are doing, shooting people up and all that. We just partied. We had fun. And by the way, for those of you out there, because I saw Luther Campbell kind of insinuating that if South Beach kicks it out, it's a racial thing. Oh, kiss my ass, dude. That's pathetic. They kicked us out in the 80s. Has nothing to do with white or black. It has to do with not acting right. And we were just like getting drunk and maybe a couple of little fights here and there. There were no guns. There was none of the idiocy that goes on now. Doing donuts all over South Beach, jumping on cars. None of that moronic shit that goes on now went on in the 80s, Luther Campbell. And they kicked us out in Fort Lauderdale. So don't make it racial. Make it that you're not behaving like human freaking beings. We were diving off roofs. We were drunk, getting laid. There were fights. There were trash rooms. That was Fort Lauderdale. And they said, no, that's it. Now you add gunfire, murder, jumping on cars, all the other stuff. You've added even more. Why shouldn't they kick your ass out? I hate when us as a society use race as a crutch. Let's use it when it actually matters, when it's actually happening. Okay? Let's not excuse the behavior of animals, because that's what we acted like at times in the 80s. We acted like animals. Okay? When there are drunk people jumping off roofs into pools and some of them missing the pool, these are animals. Okay? These are idiots. When you got people shooting up other people, these are animals. So if you can't act like a human being in Fort Lauderdale, then they will kick you out. And if you can't act like a human being in South Beach, they're going to kick you out. This has nothing to do with color. God damn it, that pisses me off. This has to do with stop making excuses for people's behavior. I told you, stop making excuses for NBA players and load management. Kiss my ass. And any of you out there with load management, are you winning 6 titles like Michael Jordan? Because he took on the load and took on the league and won. But somehow some of you out there, oh my God, I can't play 78 games. That'll tire me out for the playoffs. All excuses, and it's pathetic. Okay? It's freaking pathetic. They kicked you out in Fort Lauderdale, and eventually they need to kick you out in South Beach. It's kids acting like kids. The difference is kids in the 80s behaved a lot better than kids in the 2000s. That's all. And kids in the 60s and the 50s behaved better than the kids in the 80s. And the kids in the 20s and the 30s and the 10s behave better than the ones in the 50s and the 60s. Better than the ones in the 80s and way better than the ones in the 2000s. That's just the way society has evolved. Let's not make it a racial thing when it's not a racial thing. It happens just to be morons acting like morons. That's all. Doesn't matter if they're tall or short, white, black, yellow, green, blue. Who cares? Fat, skinny. Doesn't matter. They're all acting like morons. So your ass should be kicked out. We complained back in the 80s. It didn't matter. They kicked them out. Enough. Use race when it's actually race. Let's judge behavior by behavior, not by what somebody looks like. The Panthers need to fire both Maurice and Zito. I don't know what they need. You know what? Here's my problem, Strafasi. I'm not smart enough in hockey to know who to get rid of and who to add and who's the answer, who's not, all of that. I didn't tell you to go trade for Tkachuk, but I did know that Huberdeau and Barkov cannot be your number ones. That I knew right off the top of my head. I can just tell you because you need an alpha dog, and neither one were alphas, and they went and got Tkachuk. That's the only thing I could tell you, that I knew they needed an alpha. But I can't tell you about who's the right coach, what's the right system, who are the right players. I'm not smart enough in hockey. You know, football, I can do those things, and basketball, baseball too, a little bit. But in hockey, I am just not that well-versed to do it, and I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you about it. You know, and I don't know if my problem is where now the extreme changes you made, did it ruin everything now? That's what I'm afraid of. And again, I'm not smart enough but that's what I'm kind of terrified of, that all these changes you made now, I don't know how you recover from all this. Talk about sports, Big O. Do you think this guy John Palmer is new to the show? Huh? Do you think this guy just tuned in? John, did you just tune into the show? Are you new to the show? Are you? I just need to know before anything else happens, John. Are you new to the show? Did you just chime in? Because you clearly don't know rule number 1 on the show. Because last time I checked, it's not called the John Palmer Show. Right? It's not. It's called the Big O Show. Right? Not the John Palmer Show. You pay me, John? You listen often, and you're stupid enough to tell me what to do on the show. Holy shit. Sean, John Palmer. Later. You can eliminate his sorry ass. You listen often? No, you don't, bro. You don't listen often. You don't listen often. You don't listen often. That's I needed that answer. I needed that answer because there's no way you listen often. If you listen often, that's rule number 1 on the show. I run the show. You understand that? I've been doing this for 33 years. I don't need your help to run a show. So if I want to talk about Miami Beach or Fort Lauderdale or sex or crypto or whatever the hell I want to talk about and sports, I do it, John. I don't answer to you or anybody else. Get that. Understand that. Okay? Now you don't get to comment on jack shit. So you want to watch, you can watch. You don't want to watch, you can haul ass, my brother. But what you're never going to do is tell me what to do. Okay? My wife doesn't tell me what to do. How the fuck are you going to do it? We clear? We good? You understand? ¿Hablas inglés? Okay. I love these people. It's like, who the hell are you, bro? Stop talking this. Talk sports. Why? Because you need to be a Neanderthal and all you do is talk sports? Come on, man. Big O, take it easy on Palmer. He's missing some brain cells. Well, he's also missing his opportunity to chime in on the show now. That's what he's doing. The variety of subjects we discuss is one of the strengths of the show. That's kind of the idea. It's not like I have sports subjects to go for 3 straight hours, dude. I don't. I just don't. You know, there's not enough on there. All right, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? Did you guys see Robert Kraft? All right, this is kind of bitter. This is kind of a good news, bad news story, a bitter, sweet story. Okay, because you're going to get pissed off a little bit. There's a little bit that we're going to grind here a little bit, and you're just going to kind of be a little pissed because I was about this, right? So Robert Kraft was asked yesterday about Belichick and, you know, Belichick's future. And basically he was asked if Belichick can handle or can he survive another losing season? Okay. And let me phrase you the question. It says, you guys have posted a losing record 2 of the last 3 seasons. If it happens again, could Bill's job be in jeopardy? Hang in there, fans. Hang in there with me on this one. Or is he here to break Don Shula's all-time wins record and beyond? That part I just... Anyway, so Robert Kraft then says, look, I'd like him to break Don Shula's record, but I'm looking for any of our players to get great stats. I'm not looking for any of our great players to get great stats. We're about winning and doing whatever we can to win, and that's what our focus is now. And it's very important to me that we make the playoffs, and that's what I hope happens next year. So, slow down now, relax. Let me finish here, okay, before you're losing your mind on this. Because I know some of you are just like, that son of a bitch, he's going to beat Shula's record, this and that. So here's what I'm thinking, and here's what I'm hoping for. Okay, if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets, and hopefully, you know, I hope it happens because I think it's going to be kind of a disaster, but it'll still give the Jets an edge over the Patriots, not over the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are going to win this division, to be quite honest. Yes, I said that. Anyway, but maybe there's a chance that everything can go wrong. Okay, Belichick was asked about Mac Jones. Is he the starter? Is it a competition? And he goes, we're going to give everybody an opportunity. He couldn't even commit to Mac Jones yesterday. So Zappe and Jones are going to be battling for that job. You got two quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks. Okay? So for us Shula fans, right, we got to hope for the worst season possible, that they win a couple of games, that it's kind of disastrous and all of that, and that maybe Kraft and Belichick start butting heads here. And, another losing season. All of a sudden now that's 4 out of 5 losing seasons. Now you're really in a rut now. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that's when Kraft says, breaking the Shula record's important, but are we going to endure more losing seasons just to get to those stats that he talked about? I'm not here to see my great players get stats. We're about winning. So the one little hope that we have now, okay, is that the Buffalo Bills thoroughly embarrassed the Patriots, that the Dolphins thoroughly, Tua already, Belichick is Tua's bitch as it is. Tua owns Belichick, so we're good there. And we got to hope that Salah and company and that Aaron can come up with 2 good games against the Patriots. And now, it would be nice, a 1-5, 0-6 run in the AFC East. That kind of stuff would be super sweet. So that way that Robert Kraft is being asked questions constantly throughout the year about how bad the Patriots are, how much they're struggling, how much they can't win in the division. So Obi-Wan Kenobi was, Princess Leia's only hope, right? Well, right now, the Dolphins, the Bills, and the Jets are our only hope. We need them to thoroughly embarrass Belichick and company this year, and maybe Kraft will say, at this pace, it'll take him 5 more years to get we don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I need to get a younger coach in here, a new coach, a new face, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what I was thinking about yesterday when I'm watching, Kraft talk and I'm watching Belichick talk, and I'm going, okay, well, he's not convinced of the quarterback. And then the owner is already kind of sending a message. We're about winning, not about just breaking Don Shula's record, that kind of stuff. So I kind of thought that was cool. I hope so. Let's see. Bills are in cap hell. They are entering the 2023 season with questions on the right side of the O-line and only one linebacker on the roster. What it says, news story here in Rochester, New York, is how the Buffalo Bills are going to play a new defense called the 4-1 defense with no linebackers for the run. Storm, I didn't know that you were in Rochester. I didn't know you were up there with Lisa and Ragin. So Lisa, Ragin, and Eric Storm are the ones up in northern New York there in the Rochester, Buffalo area. Any other and listen, some of you might be downloading the podcast later on, but send me an email or something, or a tweet or a DM or something that you're also a northern New York listener. That's pretty cool. It's amazing how we have so many people in New York listening, and even in northern New York, in the heart and soul of Bills country. We got a ton in Jets country, but I am surprised at how many there are up there, man. Big O, I forgot to mention that Mr. Stanley is also one of the strengths of this show. Apologies to Sean. Mr. Stanley is the anchor of the show. Okay? I'm along for the ride. I just ride Sean's coattails. That's all I do. I can't wait to see Ramsey and Howard battle against the Patriot receivers. Yeah. What Patriot receivers? Do they have them? What, Nelson Aguilar and Devontae Parker? Whoa. Wow. We're so scared of those Patriot receivers, aren't we, Dolphin fans? Oh, my God. It's amazing how they are just, they're pedestrian. And I love it. Love it. I'm originally from Buffalo, says Eric. Black sheep of my family, always a Miami fan. Wow, that is so funny. That is awesome, Eric. That's fantastic, dude. Good stuff. Jim Irsay, he was out and about talking, and Jim Irsay was also asked about Lamar Jackson too. So as people are talking about Lamar Jackson possibly going here, going there, being traded to Miami, Miami trading Tua to the Colts, to the Washington the Redskins, to the Baltimore Ravens, to what was the other one? There was a fourth team that I heard. You guys send me all this bullshit. Anyway, so word from the Colts owner. And he was asking, Irsay told Stephen Holder of ESPN, the money is not a problem when it comes to Lamar Jackson. But he says, I do not believe in fully guaranteed contracts. And Lamar reportedly is looking for at least $200 million guaranteed. So it's not something that you should do. It makes zero sense. And let me tell you, Irsay is not a guy that necessarily does everything of common sense, as we all know. He's not the brightest bulb in the chandelier at times. But he's smart enough to know that that's not the way you're going to end up winning big, quite honestly. You know, selling yourself out to a guaranteed contract, to a running quarterback that has broken down the last 2 years and has missed 10 games, and he cannot win from the pocket. It's not who he is. He can't play the game from the pocket the entire time. He can throw occasionally from the pocket, but he can't play the game from the pocket. He has to use his legs in order to be the quarterback that he can be. That's not what you give a guaranteed contract to, because that's an injury-prone player. It's amazing. What else do we have going on? Heat and Raptors tonight, by the way. Raptors are favored by 3. Over and unders 219, 7:30. Tip off for that. When sports and business collide, folks, we love doing something called the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. All right. I got a great story that a lot of people, one guy's known for, doing this and very famous. He has pretty much made himself famous or infamous for this contract that he signed years ago and is still getting paid for it. And his name is Bobby Bonilla. And for those of you that don't know, well, Bobby Bonilla years ago, and I'll fill you in here on. Okay, well, I thought I popped up the article. All right, here we go. So, for those of you that don't know, Bobby Bonilla collected 6 All-Star nods, 3 Silver Sluggers, won the World Series with the Marlins in '97. Yet his name lives in infamy as the face of deferred payments in baseball. Each year on July 1st, the Mets let out a collective groan when they are reminded that Bonilla agreed to a restructured deal of his 5-year, $29 million deal signed in '91 in exchange for annual payments of $1.5 million, right? $1.2 million, starting in 2011, ending in 2035. Bonilla, 60, isn't the only player collecting checks after his playing days are done. There are now 13 retired big leaguers. Collectively, that group will earn roughly $35 million in 2023. Chris Davis, who played for the Orioles, was a slugger. At $14.8 million, at 37, retired in 2021 after 13 years of a major league career. He led the league in home runs twice, made one All-Star appearance, earned a Silver Slugger Award in 13, signed a 7-year, $161 million deal in 2016. With $5.6 million in retaining salary and $9.2 million in deferred compensation, Davis will earn more than any player currently on the Orioles roster. He will also receive roughly $56 million through 2037. Ken Griffey Jr. has the second spot, $3.6 million. The Hall of Famer joined the Reds in free agency on a 9-year, $116 million contract in 2000. Since his deal concluded after the 2008 season, during which he was traded to the White Sox before finishing his career in 9 and 10 with the Mariners, Griffey has received payments just short of $4 million each year, and it will pay out for the final time in 2024. Rounding out the top 5, John Lester from the Nationals, $3 million. Manny Ramirez from the Red Sox, $2.03 million. Dustin Pedroia, also $2 million. Robinson Cano is slated to earn a combined $24 million from the Mets and Mariners in 2023. His agency confirmed that he is not officially retired. The same goes for Pedro Baez, who will collect $2 million from the Astros, and the Orioles cumulatively pay the most of any club this season, with $16.3 million going to retired players. Damn. Mama, daddy, let your babies grow up to be baseball players. They get paid whether they play or they don't play. Talk about load management and laziness. Holy moly. Nah, it's not their fault. I mean, these are bad contracts that these teams signed them to, and now they got to pay the price for those bad contracts. Those are some amazing numbers, dude. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. Thank you all out there. As always, Bitcoin hanging around the 27,000 mark. Strong, man, considering all the FUD and everything going on. Pretty damn strong. Pretty impressive. Gotta say. I love it. What else do we have going on? Okay. Smashing Pumpkins announces a tour with Interpol, Stone Temple Pilots, and Rival Sons. Holy shit, that's a hell of a concert. Rival Sons. I mean, Stone Temple Pilots doesn't have Whelan anymore. The new guy does a good job, but they're coming to West Palm August 18th. Just for Rival Sons. Interpol's not bad, actually. But give me Rival Sons and Smashing Pumpkins, and that's a great show. They are coming August 19th to West Palm, August 20th to Tampa. And let me just see. Vegas, July 28th and the 30th. Give you guys some of the big cities. Irving, California, August 9th. Dallas, August 15th. Arizona, August 16th. What else? Charlotte, August 22nd. So those are some of the places that you get to see the Stone Temple Pilots, Interpol, and Rival Sons. Wow. Brother, if we don't get Rival Sons here, I'm going to be pissed. I love the Smashing Pumpkins, don't get me wrong, but I have not seen the Rival Sons yet. I love the Rival Sons. They are one of the better young rock bands out there. So, yeah. I like it. Okay. Not bad. Oh, saw Houndmouth last night. Great music in a small venue. Music concerts keep marriages together. There you go. Music brings everybody together. That's why I love music, man. I love music. Any kind of music. Yeah. What else do we have? Big O, do you ever get a break? It's time to take a vacation to Hawaii before the draft. LOL. I am waiting for a sponsor to step up to send me and Sean to Hawaii so we can do like a show out there for a couple days. I won't even rest. I'll relax, but you know what? If I can go to Hawaii, you know what I'd love to do is go to Hawaii and do a Tua show. I don't even need Tua. I can go find family members. I can go find coaches, teammates, things like that. Have some fun with that. That would be pretty cool, actually. See, you want to send me on a vacation, then I think of an angle to work. It's kind of the way it is. But yeah. And, that guy yesterday, boy, he might be depressed watching this show. What did we have? Like, what have we had in 3 hours? Like a total of like 3 minutes of commercials? But, he hated the commercials at the beginning of the show. Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, Lazaro Barrios says, if you are cheap enough not to pay your agent when you are talking about $200 million, then live with the consequences. It's beyond ignorance. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world. You're a quarterback, bro. Like, that's the most complicated contract that you're going to design. It's the most important contract on any team. It's so important to you to nail it the right way. And you're worried about giving 1 or 2%? Are you kidding me, dude? So you can't live with 2 or 4 million out of 200. Seriously. That's what you're worried about. Think about how petty and ridiculous that is on Lamar Jackson's part. I mean, that's cheap. Lamar Jackson must be a shitty tipper. I just thought about that. So what's he do when he go to a restaurant and he spends $300? Does he leave him $3? Does he even leave him a tip? I'm just wondering. I kind of think about that now. I never thought about that until right this second. Lamar Jackson must suck at tipping. Because an agent's going to do a hell of a lot more work for you than a waitress. And you're giving her 20%. Well, I don't know. I don't know what Lamar Jackson does. I'm not exactly sure what Lamar Jackson does. I don't know what Cheapo Jackson does. Okay? Maybe that's what you know what? Let's just call him Cheapo. That's what I'm going to call him from here on out. Cheapo. Why not? It's the silliest thing in the damn world. You're not willing to give up 1 or 2% for a $200 million contract. Do you know how crazy that sounds? Wow. So if you deliver Domino's to his house, he's not going to give you a tip? He won't even tip the guy that's going to take care of him for years. Why is he going to take care of a waitress that takes care of him for 20 minutes? Or some Uber driver? Huh. Yeah, I'm going to go with Lamar's a shitty tipper. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're not willing to pay your agent, brother, like, what do you? So, Lamar, you go on a cruise ship, and the person works on your room all week long, and then when you leave your 4-day, 1-week cruise, you don't leave them any money there on top of the bed? Cheapo? Just saying. That's some cheap ass stuff, dude. And dumb too. It's catastrophically stupid, but incredibly cheap. You're worried about $2 to $4 million out of $200 million. Seriously. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine him going to a fancy restaurant, taking, his family, and they give him a $2,000 bill. And, well, Lamar, that's like 20%. You mean I got to give him $400? Nah, here's 4. Whew. My God. Cheapo. Thank you, Lazaro. Never thought of it that way. But that is, I mean, seriously, he's got to be a cheap tipper. He's got to be a shitty tipper. If he is not willing to pay an agent, he has to be a shitty tipper. Because how do you not appreciate your agent, your lawyer? Somebody that's actually like, my God, Walton Rayom, I appreciate them more than I ever have. Like I've always appreciated my relationship with Jeff and Dan. And obviously, Jeff's dedication to my show has been amazing. He's been listening to us for over 20 years. He and I have been going back and forth on Twitter for years. And now they're a sponsor of ours. But when they went and got progressive and put their foot in their ass and, took care of us, that's why I hired them. And that, oh, by the way, you pay your lawyers 30%, Lamar. That's it. I think Lamar Jackson would have a heart attack if he had to hire a lawyer. Forget an agent. An agent's only 1 or 2%. That man has to go to a restaurant. He's got to give 18 to 20%. Oh, I'm coming. It's the big one. And can you imagine if he has to sue somebody and he has to give the lawyers 30%? Oh, my God. Lamar Jackson would lose his mind. So Lamar Jackson would not hire Walton Rayom. He would be the guy that would go to the court and represent himself. So, Mr. Jackson, you are representing yourself? Yes, Judge, I'm too damn cheap to pay for a lawyer. I refuse to give him 30%. I'm going to sue this person on my own. I'm keeping my 30%. Whatever you say, cheapo. Think about this. Lamar Jackson worries about giving 1 to 2%. The rest of us are giving 18 to 20% everywhere we go. And if we hire a lawyer, you're going to give him 30. I think it could be even 33. My God. Cheapo. Oh, did you already get to see Lenoid and Friends? Victoria and I are going to Chicago in April to watch them play Chicago music better than Chicago. Dougie Fresh, we are going to see Lenoid and Friends next month. I want to say it's April like 18th, 19th, 20th or something like that. It's something like that. It's next month. And we get to go see it at Parker Playhouse, which the new Parker remodeled is beautiful. I can't wait to go see Lenoid and Friends. So, yeah, I got tickets for that for me and the wife. I got tickets for me, the wife, and my daughter to go to The Cure. So, looking forward to it. And the agent will probably be able to get Lamar more money, making Lamar more than that 1 or 2% back. Eddie, don't bring common sense into this, bro. Don't bring intelligence into this, that the lawyer will make up for the 1 or 2%. Lamar clearly is not bright enough to figure that out himself. He thinks he's an agent. He thinks any schmuck can do it. Yeah, this is why I don't question a bartender. I don't question a nurse. I don't question a guy that professionally washes cars. I don't question somebody that is cutting grass, as landscaper or whatever. I don't question. These are professionals, and they're doing all kinds of jobs that you might call odd jobs or whatever, but they're way better than any of us at doing it because they're paid to do those kind of things. So I'm not going to be better than a lot of those people doing it. I'm not going to be a better waiter than the guy that's taking care of me, or hostess or cook or whatever. So I'm going to respect what they do, no matter what it is, dude. I don't care if it's shining shoes. If I tried to do that, I would suck at it. So you go to somebody that actually knows how to do it and makes them look, sharp. You got to respect all of that. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an agent. And I'm not going to act like one. I'm a sports talk show host. That's what I am. A little music, a little crypto, whatever, I kind of stay in my wheelhouse. My wife, she gets frustrated all the time with the, hey, so what do you think? You think the sun will come out? And like, what am I, a meteorologist? I don't know. You think it's going to rain today? I don't know. Ask Derek Sibley. He's the damn meteorologist, not me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, I get this all the time. Well, what do you think the insurance? What am I, an adjuster? I don't know, babe. Sorry. Oh, you don't know anything. No, I don't. You want to ask me about sports? Want to ask me about, something in life, maybe? A little politics, maybe a little crypto, a little music. I got you, babe. But if you're going to ask me about what I need to do to fix this engine, I'm going to tell you I'm not a mechanic. And I respect every mechanic because I could never be one. And this is just ridiculous. You're worried about 1 or 2% in your contract. How freaking stupid is that? Like, it couldn't be more moronic the way that thing has been mishandled. Pat in Nashville says $450 for a good seat for Smashing Pumpkins. That is a hard, really? Well, I haven't checked the money, but there's no way I'm paying any of that. Yeah. No. I mean, I've seen Smashing Pumpkins several times, so it's not the end of the world. I took my daughter to one where we did a Q&A with Billy and the Armaturo Theater, and then we saw them do the concert in the Broward Center, and it was freaking awesome. It was such a cool thing, and we got a signed poster and all that kind of stuff. That was a really cool experience. Didn't pay $450 for that either, by the way. I think I might have paid $200 for the entire package that day. The meet and greet with the Q&A session, sign poster, all that, and then we go and see an entire concert. And we were like up close too. So it was awesome. So it was well worth it. My daughter to this day, she loves that experience because it was cool. Tiger Woods cheap tipper. Yeah, I think that I remember reading some story about that, right? That he was a cheap, and I think he got busted and then exposed and then started tipping well or something. Was it something like that? Tua will be having toast for breakfast and lunch every time he burns D. Elliott in practice. Lamar won't hire a lawyer. He probably will try to represent. Yeah, exactly. Lamar would be dumb enough to go represent himself. Luckily for Lamar, he's not a kid that gets in trouble, so that's a good thing. He won't be in court. God, I'm glad that he's not a knucklehead in that sense. He's a knucklehead with his profession, that's for sure. I mean, he couldn't be a bigger knucklehead than the way he's mishandled his profession. But at least he's a decent human being. He's a good citizen. He won't get in trouble. And that way he won't have to go represent himself because that would be really embarrassing. Big O, your expertise in wrestling knows no bounds. I forgot about that. So if my wife does need wrestling, information, I can definitely provide exceptional wrestling information. Chevy engines are the best. American gasoline engines. Oh, we're going electric, man. We're going electric. So whether you like it or not, we're going electric. Okay? That's where we're headed. That's where our world is headed. So we got to learn to live with that and understand that that's the case. But yeah, and I will be going electric hopefully next year when, or maybe later this year. No, I think they tell me that they think it's going to be like early next year, like into March or something when they release the Acura. It's an SUV, but I don't know which one it is, or is it a new model or something? But the electric one, yeah, it's probably a new model. A new electric model SUV. I can't wait. That thing looks badass. Have you seen the commercials? Whoo, doggy. I can't wait to the day that I never have to go to another gas station again. Okay? I never have to grab one of those disgusting gasoline handles, which I don't even do that anymore because I have like these gloves that I always have in my car, these little plastic gloves that you throw away. So, but I can't wait for the day that I don't have to ever go to a gas station again. And by the way, that's one less risk we take. because gas stations all of a sudden have become a risk also. To stop at a gas station, hell, you can get in trouble in a damn gas station constantly. It's ridiculous. But I am looking forward to my electric car, man. I can't wait. I look forward to contributing to making our society a little greener. Okay. Big O, maybe Lamar thinks he can negotiate his deal like, yeah, but Devin, the tackle deal, completely different than a quarterback deal, man. It is way more complicated. Way more complicated. No, man. It's not the same. It's just not smart. If you're a quarterback, not smart. It's not smart either for Laramie or anybody else, but if you think you can do it, go ahead. But you're probably hurting yourself in the long run. You probably will make more money with an agent when it's all said and done because, Devin, there's no way you have negotiated hundreds of contracts. If you're Lamar Jackson, if you're Laramie Tunsil, you've only negotiated one or two, yours. You know what I'm saying? Like Laramie Tunsil, this is his second contract that he's negotiated, his, right? I don't think did he negotiate his rookie contract? Not exactly sure now. Because maybe what he did get the original and then build on that. But my point is that even Laramie Tunsil probably could have made more money with an agent, even if he had to give the 1 or 2% to the agent, because they're going to know more ins and outs and ways of getting you incentives and setting you up than you and I will ever do. Like I told you, this is why I don't diss a dishwasher. I don't diss a shoe shiner. I don't diss a car washer. I don't diss because they do it every day. And I can say whatever I want, but they're going to be way better than I am ever at this stuff. That's just the way it is. And agent or lawyer, my God, I could never be in their stratosphere. So let me hire them because they know all the ins and outs. They know all the general managers. They know how they think. They know their tendencies. All that kind of stuff. They know the things they like to agree to, the things they hate. You're not going to know any of those things going into those negotiations. And that's where it completely changes the face of the game. Agents are a necessary weapon for you. If you're in entertainment, if you're in broadcasting, if you're in sports, they're a necessary evil. They really are. Oh, TMZ has actual body cam footage where they enter the school and kill the gunman. It is intense, and police people are such badasses. Yeah, thank God they took that bitch out right away because that was disgusting. I feel for her that she probably went through some hell, but I have no sympathy for her at all. She killed kids, bro. Okay? She killed the principal, and I don't know what was personal. Maybe the principal was, hell to her. I don't know. It's a religious school. We talked about this earlier, right? I don't think religion should, if any of your religions are used to be biased towards any human being because of the color of their skin, their nationality, their sexuality, that's pathetic. That's embarrassing. So clearly she might have had some demons going to that school and held grudges, but those 9-year-old children hadn't. My God, dude. Like none of it is acceptable. But I don't know what that principal did to her. I don't know if there's anything personal between them. I have no idea. And she killed the janitor or something. I mean, like it's hard for me to sympathize. I get she had some demons, but I can't sympathize when you're just walking in with a gun and you're going to kill kids. Those parents, they dropped off their 9-year-olds and you're supposed to pick them up. You're supposed to be able to hug and kiss them every day. You're supposed to watch them grow. Those parents are never going to see their children ever grow up. No, dude. No, I'm glad they took her out. I certainly don't want to wait. I'm tired of wasting our tax money on murderers in death row and everywhere else. They spend a lot of our tax money. Those gas station hot dogs are killers. See? You got it, Nyborg. Although mine was a Dairy Queen, it wasn't a gas station. It was a legitimate Dairy Queen with a drive-through and everything. The dog wasn't really legitimate. Dairy Queen was. True Fin fan. Thank you, sir. He says, Master P was a hell of an agent. LOL. That's why you got to have experience, bro. Master P. That's exactly it right there. With all due respect, Big O, electric cars are not greener and the batteries are built from slave labor. Very sad deal. We also don't have any near the infrastructure to go all electric. Sir, nobody's going to go all electric tomorrow. It all takes time, okay? And by the way, you know what I love? Slave labor. How about the clothes you wear? How about the products in your house? What kind of stupid shit you just pulled on me? We got slave labor building all kinds of stuff. You wear Nikes? We're going electric, Sean, whether you like it or not, buddy. Okay? It's going to happen. We have to go green. And eventually, they'll figure out a way to rebuild the batteries, to eliminate them as clean as possible. All of those things will happen, but it's all in the part of evolution. And we're in the beginning. You know, the internet at the beginning was not all over the place, but eventually it went all over the place, Sean. And lots of people, you might not be old enough, but I heard it. Lots of people said the internet was bullshit and we don't need it. And email then came and they said, email, what do you need that for? This is all part of life, my brother. Electricity will be the power, and nuclear power will dominate this world. Not just our country, the world. Okay? The fusion that we just what I say, it's not invented, it's that's the wrong adjective. But the fusion that they just, I don't know, created or whatever, that little invention that they just came up with is the thing that's going to power your toaster, your car, your home, and it's going to be endless energy because it's able to self-produce constantly. Okay? So that's coming. So your car will be nuclear powered eventually. We'll go from electric to nuclear. But that's all of this will happen, whether you like it or not. But those are the cleaner, greener ways of going about it. It's not going to be oil. It's not going to be fossil fuels. All that stuff is going to fall by the wayside. So I don't give a shit what side you are on the politics. I give a shit about human beings. I don't care about dumbass Biden and him wasting money or the idiots on the other side that are anti-green. I don't care about any of the idiots on either side. This is where we're going. This is what's going to happen. Just like crypto, whether you freaking like it or not, just like the internet, just like emails, just like cell phones, just like everything else, you're going to be using it every single day of your life. Fight it all you want. They fought planes, they fought faxes, they fought phones, they fought cell phones, they fought the internet, they fought the email, they'll fight crypto, and they'll lose all those battles. Oh, we're going to the moon? That's a lie. Well, guess what? We're in the moon, we're building space stations, we're going all over the place. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not. That's it. So use whatever weak-ass politics you want for it to try to argue with it or whatever, but this is the direction the world is going in. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take several years, maybe a decade or two to build everything up the way you could. Now, if Biden was smart, since we have a stupid-ass president, instead of shutting down the gas line when he did right when he took over, he actually should have opened that bitch up even more. And when the war came up, guess what? Europe needs oil. Sell them all that. We could have been feeding everybody the oil, build up all the money, all the resources like they do in the Arab nations. And guess what? Use that money and the profits to build up our green highway. But we have stupid leadership. That's the idea. Instead, he shuts it down, kills prices, gas, everything. The middle class is crippled by Biden. Way to go. So, whatever. It's not a matter of just going into oil and staying there. It's a matter of using the oil to get to the green. But we're too stupid to actually figure that out. But whatever. What can I tell you, my man? But we'll get there eventually, one way or the other, whether you like it or not. I thought Chevy was going electric by reducing production of the Camaro, but it was only to bring back the Chevelle. LOL. Chevy does a good job with electric cars. They're doing a really good job with it. Yeah, I'll never forget Master P effed up Ricky Williams' contract. Yes, sir. That is another thing about today compared to the past that we would forget the next day about a dispute you had with a person. These days, people want to get back at someone. Well, I mean, it's right. It's back in the day, you would fight and then that's it. It was over. You separate the two, whatever. That's it. You shake hands. You're playing basketball, football the next day. Nowadays, it's like you fight and then there has to be a retaliation. Yeah, exactly. And cowards nowadays are just fighting with guns. That's something that we didn't do either. You fought with fists. That's how you did it. That's what you did normally. That's almost every fight was that way. Nowadays, forget about it. Nowadays, somebody's got to pull out a gun every single time. Why? Because they're cowards. Only cowards use guns. That's all. Nothing more. You're weak. That's why you're using a gun. Big O, do you think the future electric cars will be serviceable if you buy them used? I don't know, bro. Now you're like my wife. I'm not a electric car maker. I have no idea, bro. All I know is that that's where we're going, whether anybody likes it or not. It's the way it is. We'll have nuclear-powered jets eventually. It's the way it's going to be. All the stuff you grew up with and all that, the Jetsons and all, that'll all eventually come true. And that little invention that they just came through with the fusion about 6-9 months ago, when that invention came out, that's the thing that's going to it's going to put us ahead of the world because we discovered it. But on top of all of that, eventually others will end up using it. So. Used e-cars are a great value and servicing is almost non-existent as there's practically no moving parts. There's a website to get the history of the used car battery life. There you go. So, or is it just like the movie Friday? You fight with fists, you win some, you lose some, but you live to fight another day. Exactly. That's how it used to be when we were kids. Shit happens. You move on. Big O, your theory on all the oil with Biden makes so much freaking sense. That said, there's a reason he shut it down, and I don't think it has anything to do with politics. He shut it down because he wants to do his little green energy bullshit. And he wants to shove it down people's throats where the last guy is right. We're not going to get overnight there. So you have to build it up slowly. But if you want to build it up faster, brother, you just had an opportunity with Europe needing oil because Russia doesn't want to sell it to them or want to oversell it. We step in, we pick up billions and billions and billions of dollars, and then we can build our green highway. We use oil to build our green highway. Instead, we put up a $1.7 trillion plan to screw Americans. And the Republicans had a shot to shoot it down, but they ended up going along with it and passing. That's why they can't talk shit, because they're just as guilty. They're all guilty. They will screw us one way or the other. Democrats will take their turn. Then it's the Republicans. It's a gangbang, and we're the ones that are the victims. Just want you to know that. Okay? Doesn't matter. They're just taking turns on us. That's all they're doing. One turn, it's the Republicans. The next turn, it's the Democrats. The idiots are the ones that think the Republicans or the Democrats have it figured out or they're better at leading. Those are the real morons. The real morons are the ones that actually think their parties know what they're doing when they don't know what they're doing. That's all. Nuclear-powered hot dogs sound good to me. Might have helped me out, too. Might have helped me out. I needed that. I'm going to open a charging station and call it Electric Avenue. Yeah, Eddie Grant. We're going to walk on true Electric Avenue, and then we'll take it higher. I love it. An Eddie Grant comment. That is strong. You know, it's a strong show when you can bring an Eddie Grant reference into the mix. By the way, the Luka pass to Jaden Hardy last night. I mean, Fat Boy made one hell of a pass. If you have not seen that pass from Luka to Jaden Hardy, you need to look it up. That's one of the greatest passes in NBA history. Okay. My favorite pass of all time is still Magic Johnson with a full court bounce pass. I never saw that in my life until Magic Johnson. Like, he comes out and he's at the foul line and he's like, wah. And it's like a 65-foot bounce pass. And you're like, holy shit. He knifed that bounce pass between three guys and it hit his player, in James Worthy, in stride. And, you know, still my favorite pass of all time. And he did it several times in his career. You had to, if you didn't have your eyes in the back of your head, Magic was going to burn your ass. Greatest point guard I've ever seen in my life. But the Luka pass last night, dude, that Luka pass. Did you see that pass, Sean? That Luka made? Oh, dude, you gotta look it up. You got to look it up. Put Luka pass to Hardy, right? Jaden Hardy is the kid's name. He was on the 3. I can't imagine if that guy took care of himself and made his body right. It's kind of like having an agent, Lamar Jackson. You'll end up making more money. He might be a better player than what he is now. Actually, let me rephrase that. I guarantee you he'll be a better player than he is now because athletically he'll be able to move around better. So he'll be able to create more. Crafty son of a bitch, man. Crafty dude. I think a lot in the chat are mistaken. I believe someone would pay Lamar Jackson $200 million guaranteed. Why they won't do the $200 million and send the 2 first-round picks to the Ravens? Well, then that's part of the trick. Obviously. You got to, it's a trade. So you got to compensate. That's part of it. The pipeline wasn't safe and Corp's always short corners. My brother, fix the pipe, get the money, build the infrastructure. Don't jive us and shove a $1.7 trillion plan down our throats. Bro, use your head. Fix the pipe. Get it done. That's all. Don't make the taxpayers now we got to carry that burden, and now the banks are failing. What do you think? They're printing more. They're printing trillions now to save the banks. What do you think that comes from? That's to kill the dollar. I mean, it's just everything they do is to screw us. Everything. Doesn't matter, bro. Let's see. If Cousins got a fully guaranteed contract and Watson got his contract, someone would be dumb enough to give Jackson $200 million. The problem with that is that those guys are pocket passers, and that's probably why they were willing to take that chance. With Lamar, he's not a pocket passer. He runs. So that puts him more at risk than the average quarterback. That's his problem there, unfortunately for him. All right, a couple things here. The NFL Network is not renewing Jim Trotter's contract. And, you know, as a guy that's worked in the corporate world, I kind of understand the way things are in the corporate world and how unfair it can be at times. And I think in this case, when it comes to Mr. Trotter has a major problem. Okay. One, he's really good at what he does. But his major problem is that he is too honest and will actually do his homework and will actually ask the tough questions. So now the NFL Network is not bringing back Jim Trotter. And a lot of people are thinking that it's his exchange with Roger Goodell. And he says, some personal news. This will be my final week with the NFL Media Group. He tweeted out, I was informed over the weekend that my contract is not being renewed. I thank NFL Network and NFL.com for the lessons learned and affirmed over the last 5 years. And so he had some awkward exchange with Mr. Goodell during Super Bowl week. He said, you and other league officials have said the league's commitment to diversity and equity inclusion extends beyond the sidelines and front office and is applied in all aspects of the company. I've worked at NFL Media for 5 years. During those 5 years, we have never had a black person in senior management in our newsroom. That's a problem because we cover a league that's, according to league data, the player population is 60 to 70% black, which means that there's no one who looks like these players at the table when the decisions are being made about how they are covered. More concerning is that for a year plus now, we have not had a full-time black employee on the news desk, which again is a problem because we cover a league whose player population is 60 to 70% black. I asked you about these things last year, and your answer was that the league had fallen short and you were going to review all of your policies and practices to try and improve this, and yet a year later, nothing has changed. James Baldwin once said that I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. And so what I would ask you as an employee is, when is the newsroom will have a black person in senior management, and when will we have a full-time black employee on the news desk? See, the problem with Jim Trotter is he's asking real questions about real issues. All right, so where did I leave off when I dropped?
Problem with Jim Trotter.
Right, so the problem with Jim Trotter is he's asking his boss real questions. And I learned that in my business over the years, not that I gave a shit, but your bosses in this business don't want to hear. They just want you to be yes men and women. Hey, did you like what we did? Oh, yeah, that was great. That was fantastic. Hey, did you like what we did? No, actually, you dropped the ball. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. You're not a team player. So Jim Trotter is not a team player because he actually asked real questions about real issues that are going on with the NFL. And then Goodell answered, Jim, I am not in charge of the newsroom. As you point out, it's the same question you asked last year. We did go back and we have reviewed everything we've been doing across the league, and we are looking at everything from vendors that we are working with to partners that we are working with to owners. What we've seen significant changes in diversity just this year. I do not know specifically about our media business, and I will check in again with our people, but I'm comfortable that we've made significant progress across the league, and I can't answer the specific question, and some of the data you may have raised there may be accurate, may not, maybe not, but last year I was told some of it wasn't. We'll get to you on that. We will make progress across the board, and that includes in the media room. In response to Monday's news about Trotter leaving the organization, the NFL media official told the Post that 58% of its full-time employees hired in 2022 were people of color, and that the 3 most recent NFL media senior hires were people of color. Angela Ellis, VP of Entertainment and Initiatives, Tony Cole, VP of Media Operations, are black, and Sandy Nunez, VP of Talent Management, is Hispanic. So he made a difference while he didn't get renewed. Because, of course, why keep the person around that actually gave you the proper advice? That's the world we live in. That's the world we work in. Some of you work in that world. Some of you don't. Some of you are probably in a business like that your boss doesn't want to hear honesty, doesn't want to hear a difference of opinion. You know, it's not a good thing. And I've learned that, myself. And it's not going to stop me ever. Not that hopefully this run here with Sean and myself will go on for several more years and I don't have to ever go back to any kind of corporate setting because I really have no interest in it whatsoever. But that's the kind of shit you deal with. How ridiculous is that? Oh, man. Jim Trotter is awesome. One of the best in our business. That's all I can tell you. Okay? That dude is the real deal. Okay? What else do we have going on in the world of sports or life itself? So Mark Hamill do you guys know who Mark Hamill is? Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker. Okay? Star Wars. Obviously, for those of you that may not keep up with that kind of stuff. Anyway, so Mark Hamill, his voice is now being added to an app. So you wonder, what kind of an app would you add to, Mark Hamill, right? You think, oh, it's this Star Wars app, right? They must be doing something with Star Wars and Luke Skywalker is lending his voice to it all and all that kind of stuff. No. He's actually lending his voice to an app in Ukraine. And this is going to be an app that they're going to use now that is going to warn Ukrainians about a possible attack. So it's actually pretty cool. And let me see, do I have it here? I want to make sure I have it here. Yes, I do. Okay. So let me show it to you now. So Mark Hamill put out the tweet, and I will bring it up for you because it's kind of interesting. At least I kind of find it interesting. So here's Mark Hamill, and he says he's lending his voice, Luke Skywalker, to an app that warns Ukrainians of potential incoming attacks. When the alert is over, Hamill closes with, "May the Force be with you." Says, "Attention, air raid alert," the voice will say, with a Jedi Knight's sound. "Proceed to the nearest shelter." And smart that Zelensky is doing something like this to help his people out and hopefully get the word out. Those sirens, you may not be able to hear it all over the place and all that kind of stuff. Every time I hear that air raid siren, I'm old enough, okay, that we used to have an air raid siren on the top of the Coliseum, which was a bowling alley called the Coliseum on Southwest 37th Avenue and 16th Street. Later on, it became a sports rooms. Now it's a Publix, right, if I'm correct. But anyway, when it was the Coliseum, right, on top of it, all the way on the top, there used to be this big-ass speaker. I think that was the building that had it, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but somebody might help me out there. But I think it was the Coliseum that had the big-ass speaker. And on a Saturday or Sunday in the very early 70s, you would hear that horn go off like a test, and it was just a test like from back in the day if they had to warn you of, incoming war or whatever, all that kind of stuff. I don't know any of you that lived in Little Havana back in the very early 70s, because I think by 75 or 6, it was probably done. I don't know if they still were testing out the horn by then. It might have been over. I'm not sure. Not exactly sure what year they stopped testing that horn. But every time I see I see that horn or something like that, it reminds me of back in the day in my neighborhood in Little Havana, where they actually used to have the horn on top of the Coliseum. So there you go. Be great if Mark Hamill uses his Joker voice. There you go. All right. It is time, folks, to wrap it up here on the show. Bitcoin still hovering just under 27,000, 28.9, 26.9. So I'm just under 27,000, sorry, 26.9 right there. We thank Alan Poupart, Manny Navarro, as always. We appreciate Sean Stanley, the man that masters this entire program. We thank all of you for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. No, I'm sorry. Tomorrow's 4, right? Tomorrow's 4 p.m. We will be at the youth fair tomorrow, and we'll give away a pair of family passes too tomorrow also. Youth fair tomorrow, 4 o'clock, 4 to 7 is the show tomorrow. So it'll be a late one. If anything breaks overnight or early morning, I might do a little quick show in the morning just to kind of get that stuff out. That's about it. But if not, we'll see you tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the youth fair. And if you can come on by and say hi. See you tomorrow.